It is so dark out there, I'm not sure anyone's there. Good afternoon. Yay, okay. Well, hello. Thank you so much for being with us today. My name is Suzanne Clark. I'm Executive Vice President of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, and I'm delighted to welcome you all here today, both to the Chamber and also to TecNation 2016. So while you all get to enjoy your lunch for another few minutes, I just want to kick us off. You know, our staff is so good and they print up things that I'm supposed to say, but then they let me get up here with a microphone and then I get to say other things. So first, what I want to say is that for many of you who are new to the Chamber, you're in one of our favorite rooms, which is the Hall of Flags. And the flags above your heads have on them the names of some of the great explorers, and the ceiling has on it the names of some of their destinations here. And it's a great way to think about what we're doing today in terms of innovation and exploration and new worlds. And so it's a perfect old-style looking room still celebrating a lot of innovation. So welcome. We're glad you're here. And look, we know that we've got experts in the room from government and from academia and from a diverse group of businesses. And we're delighted that you're here so that we can all have a conversation about the role that technology plays in our lives and in our businesses. You know, at the Chamber, we are constantly recognizing how quickly innovations are revolutionizing our members and our members' businesses. And it doesn't matter what sector they're from, right? It could be healthcare, or energy, or manufacturing, finance, agriculture. But technology is a one-root connection. And we're delighted that there are people in the room today from large companies and from startups and from traditional tech and non-traditional, from every sector of the economy. And what brings us all together is this celebration of technology and of innovation. When you came into the Rust Briefing Center today, you may have noticed these screens on which displayed a digital kind of timeline along that back wall. And the timeline displayed some of the most memorable moments during the last 150 years of technology history. And because you're at our house, we put ourselves on the timeline. The U.S. Chamber not maybe traditionally being thought of on a tech timeline, but the founding of the Chamber 104 years ago was on that timeline. Now, in that year, in 1912, there were no radios, no television, very few cars. And today we have satellite radio, we have 4K, and cars that drive themselves. Now what that timeline doesn't have is an ending, because over the next 100 years, the Chamber will continue to be a voice for business, and we can only dream of what technologies will exist a century from now. The Chamber established CTech with the mission to promote the role of technology in our economy and advocate for rational policy solutions. Because as you know better than I do, as technology advances more and more rapidly, policy is often slower to adopt, sometimes causing us to miss an opportunity for the economic growth our country so desperately needs. By bringing innovators and policymakers together, CTech is uniquely positioned to have in-depth conversations that we hope lead to strategic campaigns and, more importantly, results. In the end, we ourselves are just a dot on that timeline. But as we saw in the opening video, our purpose remains. CTech will continue to advocate for the thinkers, the doers, the sharers, the creators, and the game changers. Together, CTech will continue to push for policy solutions that drive economic growth, spur innovation, create jobs, to clear the path for the innovators of tomorrow. Now, here's another thing I'm not supposed to say today, and that is that I want to make sure everybody here knows Tim Day. Tim, will you stand up for a minute? Tim is one of the most recent senior hires at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, has recently been promoted to Senior Vice President, is running CTech, and has been a great colleague and brought a lot of innovative thinking and new challenges to our management team, and we're really lucky to have him, Tim. So thanks for bringing us together today and for all you're doing. Now it's my pleasure to introduce you to someone who works every day to promote entrepreneurs and fair competition. Commissioner McSweeney has spent 3 years advising the President on issues ranging from innovation to intellectual property. She continues to serve the public today as Commissioner of the Federal Trade Commission, where she has been since 2014. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Commissioner McSweeney.
Well, hi there, everybody. What a beautiful room and stage this is, and thank you so much for that wonderful introduction. I really appreciate it, and for the invitation to be here today at this fantastic event, TecNation 2016. I'm going to start with the usual disclaimer that we Federal Trade Commissioners like to use. Today I'm going to speak to you on behalf of myself and not the Trade Commission and not my colleagues. I make this disclaimer so that I can be completely clear and straightforward with you in my remarks and share my perspective on all of these really important issues that will be discussed today. You know, I'm going to spend some time talking about consumer protection in this age of hyperconnectivity today, both from an antitrust and competition perspective and also from a data protection, privacy, consumer protection perspective. It's absolutely clear that the pace of change from technology, both from products being created to how governing institutions must respond, is occurring at a velocity that is unparalleled in our experience. I was sworn in as a commissioner just over 2 years ago, and at that time, self-driving cars were an experiment in the backlot of Google. Last week, a fleet of semi-autonomous Ford Fusions took to the streets of Pittsburgh to pick up passengers for Uber. When I was sworn in, about 50% of Americans had smartphones. Next year, projections show that more than 80% of them will, and worldwide, nearly half of all adults will have smartphones. When I was sworn in, the term selfie was not yet in the Oxford English Dictionary. Well, not all technological changes for the better, maybe. And I feel incredibly fortunate to be at the Federal Trade Commission during this era of rapid change. As independent agencies go, we're actually a fairly old one. We were established by the Wilson administration and were given the broad mandate that we should make the marketplace fair for competition and for consumers. Over our 101 years of existence, the Federal Trade Commission has been where the American marketplace is. On the consumer side, in the 1940s, it could mean ensuring that a purported mink coat actually used mink fur, very pressing issue in the 40s. In the 1990s, it might have meant that claims surrounding a weight loss product were actually valid claims. But as our economy has moved into the digital age, so has the FTC. More and more, the Federal Trade Commission moves in a world of data and disruptors, internet-connected devices, privacy policies, international cross-border data flows. The consumer's marketplace is no longer the corner store of the 1920s or the small mall of the 1980s. It's now likely in our handheld devices and with us every day, wherever we go. In 1966, doubtless many in the room will be familiar with this, Gordon Moore published his seminal work predicting an ever-increasing capacity to, as he wrote, cram more and more components onto integrated circuits. He further quantified this cramming into what we now know as Moore's Law, the regular doubling of the components in an integrated circuit. Since that paper was published, we've seen the processing capacity of computers double nearly every 2 years. What that means in real terms is a regular doubling of the processing power of the microchip. Computers have gone from desktops to laptops to handhelds, each with more power, more memory, and more capability than the one preceding it. There's been an explosion of the sensors and internet-connected devices in our lives and on our persons, in our homes, in our vehicles. Increasingly, these devices are coming at lower and lower costs. Last year, Cisco released a report on the so-called Internet of Things, a catch-all term, that phrase that we use to refer to our increasing hyperconnectivity. The Cisco report said that we're going to generate more than 400 zettabytes of data by the year 2018. 400 zettabytes. For those of you in the room who are scratching their head about what a zettabyte is, as I did the first time I saw the statistic, I tried to figure out roughly how to quantify that. And it's more or less equivalent to all of the data created from the dawn of the written word to the dawn of the internet. If you think about that, it's a vast amount of data. This data is creating new opportunities for better products, lower prices, more personalization, stronger networks, while helping to foster new businesses and entirely new industries. On the opposite side of the ledger, the explosion of data collection is creating new risks for consumers, new enterprises for criminals, new opportunities for prejudice and discrimination, and potentially new impediments for innovators to enter the marketplace. The FTC plays an important role in guarding against those downside risks and ensuring that the digital marketplace offers the same protections and expectations of the analog one, while at the same time fostering a competitive and marketplace and room for innovation and growth. For all the innovation and empowerment that can be unleashed by our data revolution, I actually think my colleague, Commissioner Olhausen, put it best when she said, big data isn't knowledge or wisdom. And I think what she means by that is that it's, in fact, a tool. And like any other tool, it could be used for good or for ill. This is where policymakers, regulators, consumer protection enforcers come in. And it's where the FTC will have to take our consumer protection enforcement mission. The FTC already focuses on data security and privacy, but increasingly, our hyperconnectivity and the massive amount of data generated by it is raising new issues in both antitrust and consumer protection. To begin with, as many of us here know, data can only positively affect people's lives if the data itself is good. Too often in this country, the poor, the disabled, the elderly, and new immigrants are not adequately counted. There are data deserts, and that leads to gaps of data. One of the examples I like to use of this is that 2 years ago, the city of Boston unveiled an app called the Street Bump. It allowed drivers to report potholes and other road hazards directly to Public Works Department from their smartphones. This was a terrifically efficient innovation. But after a few weeks, the city began noticing that there were far more hazards and potholes in wealthy neighborhoods than there were in poorer parts of the city. Clearly, the data that was being collected was skewed. And it was because wealthy people downloaded the app, wealthy people drove private cars, and poor people didn't necessarily have smartphones, take the time to download the app, or report in the potholes using it. So it became clear to the city that while they had an innovative and cost-effective way of tackling a nagging problem, they also needed to avoid exacerbating inequality in the delivery of their services. No, they did the right thing. They figured out the problem, and they started to work to correct it. If you think about it, in fact, many of the most intractable problems we face as a nation have their roots in how we gathered and used data as policymakers and businesses. It might not have been done with computers and algorithms, but for most of the 20th century, banks and government agencies produced data sets on where and for whom loans could be made and houses could be sold. They created maps that redlined communities and enforced a rigid segregation based on race and class. This was big data, albeit collected through analog means, used for discriminatory purposes, and it has left a legacy that we are struggling to correct. With that tragic history as a backdrop, the Leadership Conference on Civil Rights issued a set of principles to ensure our new data is one of empowerment and opportunity rather than data-driven prejudice. Among their principles is that audit mechanisms should be used to limit risks of profiling and discrimination. They also asked that computerized decision-making in areas of employment, education, health be subjected to human oversight in order to be consistent with good public policy. I believe that those are really important goals, both for government and policy and for industry. This year, the FTC released a report entitled Big Data, a Tool for Inclusion or Exclusion, that underscores both the need for transparency and oversight and outlines the way in which anti-discrimination statutes like the Fair Credit Reporting Act that have their origin in the brick and mortar world actually also apply in the digital one. For years, the FTC has also promoted through its privacy and consumer protection mission, privacy by design and security by design. both concepts that seek to protect consumers' privacy and security from the outset in product design. In an era when algorithms and big data sets can hire and fire, inform healthcare decisions, and extend financial opportunities, it is vital that these technologies do not run counter to established legal protections or public policy goals. In the same way that companies incorporate privacy and security by design, I believe that soon we're going to be moving to a conversation of data ethics by design. For companies, part of this will mean a modicum of transparency in the use and methods we attach to data. Part of it will mean rigorous testing, and part of it will mean speaking with stakeholders and communities that are typically not engaged in product development. Ensuring that there is trust in algorithms and machine learning goes hand in hand with ensuring consumers trust the security of their data and their devices. This trust is absolutely essential, not just to consumers, but to businesses themselves, because this trust is essential to adoption. If we want to make sure that there's actually demand for all of the data-driven innovation, all of this fabulous new technology and new IoT products, we need to make sure that consumers feel that they can trust these products. And we know that consumer trust in connectivity is at a relatively low point, unfortunately. Recent survey data shows that 84% of US households express concern about privacy and data security. Identity theft continues to be, year after year, the top complaint in our FTC Consumer Sentinel consumer complaint database, with hundreds of thousands of incidents reported to us each year. So as an enforcer, the Federal Trade Commission will continue to operate a vigorous privacy and data security program. This year alone, we've announced several privacy and data security cases involving health information, children's information, and security of IoT devices. For example, we recently brought a case involving a router manufacturer. Of course, home routers are those central components of the nervous system for our networks and our personal devices. And poorly secured routers could result in not only affected computers, but also infected appliances and stolen data, vulnerable homes and IoT products, and identity theft. In the ASUS case, the router case, we alleged the company's failure to test its routers prior to launch contributed to several breaches and was unfair and deceptive in violation of the FTC Act. This year, we also brought our first case against a mobile ad network, InMobi. InMobi offers an ad platform for app developers and advertisers. By using InMobi's software development kit, developers could sell ad space in their apps. And geolocation, of course, is a very valuable data point in these markets. So InMobi offered products that could target consumers' location. Absolutely nothing wrong with everything I've just said so far. However, what happened was InMobi also had a wonderful technology it used to sidestep consumers' geolocation settings on their phones by collecting information about the Wi-Fi networks the devices were connecting to, and then triangulating their location. So the FTC brought a case, and this was an important case, not just because it involved collection of children's information, it was a COPPA case, but also because it involved misrepresentations to other businesses and thwarting of consumer settings around privacy. I think it underscores the principles that will continue to undergird the FTC's privacy enforcement program. We are focused on transparency, choice, including affirmative express consent before retroactive changes in how data is handled are made, meaningful choices around collection of sensitive information, and context, by which I mean collection and use consistent with consumer expectation. So enforcement on the consumer protection side is only one area of the FTC's work. We are also increasingly called upon to understand the technology that is new and highly dynamic and being used in our daily lives in order to maintain a competitive marketplace. Sometimes that actually takes the form of advocating on behalf of disruptive entrants to make sure that they have access to markets, as we frequently do on behalf of especially new matching platforms and ride-sharing and lodging industries. And it also means trying to understand how big data can affect markets. This is a topic, especially among antitrust and competition enforcers around the world, that is particularly of interest at the moment. And I want to stress that from a competition perspective, data, even massive amounts of it, is actually nothing new. But what is changing in the digital economy is the four V's, if you will, the volume, velocity, variety, and value of the data. Each of these categories is growing briskly. There is more data than ever before. Companies can accumulate and analyze data faster than ever before. And increasingly sophisticated data analytics permit companies to combine and jointly analyze more previously disparate sources of data than ever before. For competition enforcers, the 4 V's of data raise some questions, such as, does big data constitute a relevant market? And can big data be a barrier to entry? And the short answer to both of these questions is yes. But the longer answer is that it depends on the facts. In a big data world, there are a lot more data that anyone can obtain for a fairly nominal cost. But there's also some very valuable data that are proprietary and that can operate as a barrier to entry. An incumbent may have a significant advantage over entrants if it possesses a valuable database, for example, that would be difficult, costly, or time-consuming for a new firm to match or replicate. And in those situations, competition enforcers can and should assess the competitive implications of that data. The FTC, for example, has treated data as a relevant market in one recent case and found it to be a barrier to entry in others based on the specific facts and circumstances of those cases. But I think what's important here is that enforcers around the world shouldn't adopt a one-size-fits-all view of data holdings because it's not the right approach in a world where so much data is ubiquitous and available. Another important topic when it comes to big data is the relationship between antitrust law on the one hand and concerns around privacy and data protection on the other. Some of the complex consumer protection areas that I began addressing in the first part of my remarks. In general, I see antitrust enforcement and the broader policy concerns regarding privacy and data protection as 2 separate but very important areas of consumer protection. As I've noted, our hyperconnectivity poses consumer protection policy issues that are multidimensional. They involve equal opportunity, non-discrimination, data security, to name just a few of them. Of course, competition enforcement and privacy can intersect. For example, if you see competition occurring along privacy, quality, or innovation dimensions, that might be addressed by competition enforcers. But the FTC has yet to challenge a merger specifically over whether it would lead to less privacy protections, although we have certainly recognized the possibility that it could be a theory in cases. I would say, absent a clear nexus to competition, however, that privacy and data protection concerns are best handled as consumer protection issues. And I believe that it is potentially dangerous for competition analysis based on what we think consumers should want and value, independent of marketed realities. And I think we have to be careful as enforcers not to cross the line from antitrust enforcement into market regulation. Of course, some of these policy concerns could be addressed through legislation, which is why the FTC not only conducts its mission as an enforcer, but also studies trends in the marketplace, convenes workshops, issues reports, and provides legislative recommendations. Among other things, the FTC has advocated for comprehensive data security legislation for consumers and for the Internet of Things. We've advocated for greater transparency and choice in privacy and data protection policies, and have advocated for general privacy legislation, as well as breach notification legislation. I think the point here is that we need to be careful not to use antitrust laws to solve policy issues that they are ill-suited to address. So I'll conclude by just noting a couple of the exciting frontiers for particularly competition enforcers, which is the rise of high-velocity computerized markets. A bit of a frontier, if you will, because we are starting to see the impact, especially on pricing of this kind of computerized market. Last year, DOJ, our sister enforcement agency, brought a case for price fixing against 2 e-commerce sellers who agreed to align their pricing algorithms to increase prices for online poster sales. And in that case, it was fairly obvious that the humans actually reached an agreement in violation of antitrust law. But as the algorithms become more sophisticated, it's entirely possible that they could engage in consciously parallel pricing behavior on their own initiative. The competition harm associated with price fixing is the same whether initiated by humans or algorithms. And for that reason, some have suggested that the latter may require revisions in antitrust historic focus on agreement and intent. I also think that increasingly sophisticated pricing algorithms could lead to narrower product market definitions in the future. Under the 2010 horizontal merger guidelines, we specifically evaluate the possibility of price discrimination against targeted customers. Moreover, as the guidelines explain, when discrimination is reasonably likely, the agencies may evaluate competitive effects separately by the type of customer. So by using big data and algorithms to engage in an increasingly targeted price discrimination, companies may actually create a narrower and narrower product market. So I think there are some areas here that will be very interesting as these markets develop. I've just highlighted today a few of the ways in which the FTC is taking its historic mission, its 100-year-old statute, and trying to keep pace with highly dynamic, very fast-moving, high-tech markets. And I just want to underscore the fact that as an enforcement agency, and the cornerstone of our mission is to continue to protect consumers from unfair, deceptive acts and practices. As we advance into the 21st century and complete with a brave new world of all of this technology that we'll be discussing today, I think we're going to face some challenges as enforcement agencies and as government regulators. We need to be mindful of these challenges, but we also need to continue to be aggressive in advancing our mission to protect consumers and promote competition. So thank you so much for having me here today to share some of my thoughts about the FTC. I look forward to hearing more about how the day goes. You have some fantastic panels coming up, and I don't want to keep you from them. So thank you very much. I appreciate the time and your patience. Thanks.
Hi, my name's Kyle Drop. I'm co-founder and chief research officer at Morning Consult. A little bit about myself. Previously, I did a PhD in political science at Stanford University. And before that, I worked at the Washington Post as part of the Washington Post ABC News polling team. Morning Consult, for those of you who might not be as familiar with it, is a digital media and survey research company located right here in Washington, D.C. We bootstrapped $30K in angel capital into about $10 million in revenue over the past 3 years by working with about 80 Fortune 500 companies and leading trade associations on a wide range of survey and research projects. We've also collaborated really closely with large media organizations like the New York Times, Fortune, Fox, and 538 as well. I think most importantly, we're a proud member of the US Chamber of Commerce. I'm proud here to debut a collaboration that we did with CTech. Before getting into the data, I'm going to talk about a poll that we ran in late August with about 2,000 adults nationally online on 3 exciting topics. So we talked about data science, artificial intelligence, and the sharing economy. I'll go through each one in turn. So let's start with data science. An overwhelming majority of adults say that they think that improving the education system by training more scientists and programmers will be vital to addressing key challenges in America. We also see overwhelming majorities of Americans say that training more capable programmers and also building more in terms of data infrastructure is going to go a long way toward addressing key challenges. On this next slide, you can see that about 6 in 10 Americans say that expanding the use of data analytics and data in general will improve their communities. Only about 5% Americans, for instance, say that it will harm their communities. If we dive into the data a little bit deeper, we look at 3 of the demographics out of about 50 that we ask on every Morning Consult national survey. You can see that younger adults, those adults who are under 30, and adults with postgraduate degrees or bachelor's degrees are even more positive on this topic. About 7 in 10, for instance, say that they think expanded use of data science and data analytics will improve their communities. On the other hand, there are widespread concerns about artificial intelligence. This is something we jokingly refer to in the office as the Terminator effect. I think in all seriousness, when people think about artificial intelligence, that is when average Americans think about artificial intelligence, they think of Skynet, they think of iRobot, they think of Terminator. They're not thinking of life-saving or game-changing type medical applications or medical imagery or things that could save people both time and money. And so this next slide will show that as artificial intelligence becomes more and more and more salient in daily conversation, there's going to be a big discussion about what the economic consequences are of its expanded use. Right now, from a policy perspective, we think one of the most striking findings in this polling that we did is that 6 in 10 adults think that expanded use of artificial intelligence will lead to job losses. Only about 1 in 10 in particular think that expanding its use will lead to job gains. So there needs to be a coordinated messaging and communication effort that gets adults thinking as positively about artificial intelligence as they do about data science, which is what I described in a few of the previous slides. In particular, if we dig down into the data, we think some of these efforts should be directed at seniors. 10 times as many seniors, you can see up here, say that they think expanded use of artificial intelligence will lead to job losses, as say that they think it'll lead to job gains. Younger adults and adults with bachelor's degrees, again, appear to be more positive on this measure, but still, about half of these adults say that they think expanded use will lead to job losses. The news isn't all bad for artificial intelligence polling. For instance, 70 to 80% of adults that we talked to said that they think expanding its use will benefit critical and leading industries and sectors ranging from medicine, military, manufacturing, and even computer science. I'm going to spend the next moment or two talking about the sharing economy and some exciting questions that we asked on the sharing economy and some of the larger applications and companies based therein. So overall, this slide shows that about 6 in 10 adults said that they had heard a lot or some about the sharing economy recently. To kind of put that in perspective, half of adults said that they had heard a lot or some about the iPhone 7 release last week. At the height of the Pokemon Go craze, about 7 in 10 adults said that they heard a lot or some about Pokemon Go. So there's still a ceiling here. What we think that is fascinating about this is that while the term sharing economy might not have universal resonance, many of the companies within it are widely known. Every day, Morning Consult is testing what Americans think about 500 leading companies. So we're doing 50 interviews a day, 2,000 a month, 25,000 a year per company. And we find that some of the larger and more influential sharing economy companies are widely known. So for example, about 9 in 10 adults have at least some opinion of Lyft or Uber. And favorability way outscores unfavorability for a company like that. 2/3 to 70% of Americans have heard of Airbnb, and twice as many have a favorable view of Airbnb as have an unfavorable view. And this next slide, it demonstrates that there's widespread interest in a lot of different sharing economy applications. So I could go down the list, but I would highlight ride-hailing apps, the ability for adults to make some more money either by renting out a room, temporarily renting out their car, or else even doing task-type services. There also appears to be a lot of interest in learning online using some of the new age applications. Diving deeper into the data, I think it's particularly interesting that younger adults seem excited about ride-hail apps, perhaps like Lyft or like Uber, whereas older adults seem more excited about opportunities for lifelong learning. This might be through a variety of means, but largely through perhaps large online-type companies. So now I've summarized polling on data science and artificial intelligence and the sharing economy. I want to shift gears a little bit to talk about sort of a state-of-the-art, transformative informational platform that we developed called TecIntelligence. So what this has is it has all of the survey and data research that we've done with Tech, and it will include all future products. So we think this can transform how people interact with survey data and other research. To give an example, you can download any of the information that I just talked about on this live link, so ctechintelligence.com. You can also share any of the results here on social media or via email. And you can also analyze any of a dozen or more background characteristics about each individual. So the age and the educational differences that I've been highlighting over the past few minutes, you can break that all down. Thank you so much for your time, and I know that there are a few extra minutes for questions, if anybody has any questions on the issue. Yes?
bit about the change in the nature of polling itself and validating data sets from what was the analog phone data to handheld to online. Just give us a little snapshot about how the business you're in has changed.
Sure. The clearest way to describe it, or at least what we say, is the market research world is in flux. It's not the 1950s anymore, where everybody would pick up their phone, everybody had a landline, and there wasn't caller ID. Right now, we've seen response rates on phone surveys decline from, let's say, 40% to about 5, 6, 7%. On the other hand, internet adoption, as I'm sure we'll hear about in coming panels, has skyrocketed from about 50% of people using it regularly in 2000 to now about 90%. And that number is going up 1% each time. We see advantages in polling in a wide variety of ways, but we principally think that online has a lot of advantages. One, in security. You can do a good job of identifying who's coming in, and you can re-interview these individuals again. It has a lot of advantages in terms of speed and efficiency. So for example, people read a lot faster than other individuals might talk to them on the phone. And then I think it has advantages in sort of testing a lot of the applications and the way in which people interact. You can show people videos, images, they can read at their own speed as opposed to being read to. So, quite frankly, I think we see, a lot of excitement and innovation and a lot of engineering going into sort of these new world ways of, getting polling and market research information. Yes, thank you.
Question before you answer, please.
Yes, sir. Any other questions? Yes. No, I didn't. That's a great question, though. So there was a question about validating data sources with different types of data collection. So the way in which we structure our surveys, and I think the way in which a lot of other people do it, is every single poll, there will be questions where we know the true value in the world. These are largely a lot of health type questions. Do you have health insurance? You get a flu shot in the last year. Have you had more than a certain number of cigarettes in your entire life? And these are questions that the government tracks with very, very large surveys. And so we have a good idea of how closely we do, and we're quite close. We also include about 5 more like political validation questions, like do you have a favorable view of Obama, of Hillary Clinton, of Donald Trump? Do you think the country is going on the right direction or off on the wrong track? So we have a really good idea of how closely this aligns. On each of those measures, we're within 1 or 2 percentage points of the overall measure, but it's an important question. So there are about 30 million Americans, for instance, who will take at least one online poll this year. That number has gone up dramatically, and there's an incredible level of diversity by age, by gender, by education, and by income. But just as perhaps by phone, it might be hard to reach a younger audience on a cell phone that's moving around or might be living in a state not associated with its area code, it can be harder to reach those 10% of adults who don't have a high school degree online, or it can be harder to reach adults who maybe have lower income levels because they're just not browsing online, or they might not be as likely to have a broadband connection. Thank you. Yes?
So how do you check how you're representing yourself in this and correctly?
Yeah, of course. So to get a little bit into the weeds, what we do is call a stratified sample. So we break the electorate down into 48 groups by age and gender and race and education. So for example, we'll find men who are over a certain age who have a college degree and are white. We'll go to the census and we'll get our best estimate of the number of those people who exist in the electorate, and then we'll go and we'll interview that approximate number. So this overcomes a lot of concerns that certain surveys might have an overrepresentation of different groups. So it's almost like you adjust both at the beginning and you adjust at the end. And I think the answer to all of these questions lies in validation. So if you do it again and you're very transparent, our origin as a media company, we started 3 years ago, and every single week we're out there with results publicly. And so I think the more information you put out there, the more sort of data scientists and others can evaluate it and determine whether it's worth going. It is exciting to note that ourselves and others have really worked with a lot of leading media companies, and you have seen, just as you saw a transition 40 years ago from in-person to phone, you are now really seeing this move from phone phone to online. So for instance, the New York Times does polling with YouGov, Economist does polling with YouGov, SurveyMonkey does polling with NBC, we do polling with Bloomberg and Vox and The Upshot at the New York Times and others. Thank you for the question. Any other questions? Yes?
So, in your years doing this, what have been one of your favorite polls or most surprising or most controversial?
Oh, that's a great question. So he asked what has been one of my favorite polls. I've got a long list. We've tested whimsical. I'll give a whimsical example, and then maybe I'll give a potentially more serious example. So whimsical example, we partnered with Vox Media and tested the facial recognition of each presidential candidate, and we found that a lot of the other Republican candidates did not have particularly high ID. A lot of people confused Ted Cruz and Marco Rubio, for example. We also tested a lot of images when Pokemon Go was at its height, and found that millennials had a better chance of IDing Pikachu than they did Joe Biden, which is sort of sad for the world. In 2014, when Russia invaded Ukraine, we put a world map in our survey, and we asked people if they could click and identify where Ukraine was. And then we also asked a number of questions about whether the U.S. should levy sanctions against Russia or invade or do nothing. And so we get this map that it looks a little bit random on where people click, but the takeaway from that was that the farther away people were on the distance, the more they wanted to invade. So it ended up being this story about the less Americans know about Russia, the more they want to invade. And so we gave it to the Washington Post, and they had a field day with it, and Stephen Colbert had done a segment about it after that. I think on probably the more serious note, we're in the field every day, testing presidential election questions and issue-based questions. We did a three-wave panel study right before Iowa, and then right after Iowa, and then right after New Hampshire to see. So we talked to the same exact people 3 times, and we wanted to see if their support levels would change. If those 40% of people who supported Trump, or approximately 15% of people who supported Cruz or other candidates would, and generally just people did not budge. The final example I might give would be, we had seen all these differences in polls, and this is, I think, pertinent to the questions about validation. And Donald Trump appeared to be performing better in online polls than live telephone polls in the lead up to the fall. And we wanted to understand why that was. So we talked to 2,500 Republicans, asked them the same exact questions online, and then a third of them we told to dial a call center, so they talked to an actual person. A third of them we said, hey, dial a call center, but answer like an answering machine type question. And then a third just answered a set of questions online. And they just answered questions about who they would support. And Donald Trump performed about 6 percentage points better online than in live telephone interviews. It shows that the way in which you interview people can be really consequential. People might be more likely to exaggerate if they have donated in the past or gone to church or watched TV or gone to the gym if you're talking to somebody than if you're in an anonymous environment. I think I'm already over my time, but thank you so much for having me up here.
Good afternoon, and again, welcome to TecNation 2016. I'm Tim Day, Senior Vice President of the Chamber's Technology Engagement Center, also known as CTEC. Approximately 2 years ago, the Chamber established an initiative focused on technology and innovation. Today, that innovation becomes the name CTEC, the official name of the Chamber's ongoing engagement with the high-tech community. Our mission is to promote the role of technology in our economy and advocate for rational policy solutions that drive economic growth, spur innovation, and create jobs. CTEC is building bridges between Washington and the tech world and advocating for the innovators, entrepreneurs, and business leaders. Our work has already begun. This summer, we took CTEC on the road, bringing together governors, members of Congress, and tech leaders from varying sectors to discuss the positive impacts of technology and data, what they're having, the positive impacts on those issues across the country. We'll continue to have similar events next year. As the storytellers of American ingenuity, CTEC is engaging with traditional and non-traditional tech companies and startups that are emerging all over the United States. When smart, real-time policies meet innovative thinkers and doers in the public and private sectors, The sky is the limit. The rapidly changing technology landscape requires lawmakers to craft smarter policies that promote innovation. Today, we will advance the conversations that eliminate the roadblocks to emerging technologies and job creation. This afternoon, you will hear keynote speeches and panel discussions on data for good, artificial intelligence, and the sharing economy, all bringing awareness to the very diverse policy issues affecting technology. The program today will be fast-paced, much like the rapid pace of technological innovation in recent years. Today is exciting for many reasons, but let's not forget the purpose of TecNation. We want you to engage, learn, inspire, explore, ask questions, and in the end, be smarter and more aware of how we, together, can promote technology and ensure a bright future for the next generation of tech leaders. Technology isn't just an industry, it's changing industries. I hope you will enjoy our program. At this time, I would like to introduce to you a friend of the Chambers and certainly a friend of tech. Congressman McHenry of North Carolina serves in the House leadership as the Chief Deputy Whip. He has passed legislation that helps entrepreneurs and startup investing and also co-chairs the Innovation Initiative with Leader McCarthy. Please join me in welcoming Congressman McHenry.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Well, thank you, Tim. Thank you for your leadership, and thank you to the U.S. Chamber of Commerce for being the driving force of free enterprise in the nation's capital, and about innovation as well. The U.S. Chamber is that centerpiece of this engagement to make sure that the business community and the voices from around the country are well represented, both the large and small, here to the bureaucracy and policymakers here on the Hill. But so, Tim, thank you for the warm introduction. Thank you all for being here today. I must say, to begin with, that I'm filling in for my good friend, Majority Leader Kevin McCarthy. He's a bit under the weather today, and in fact, he said to me yesterday when we're coming back from New York, he said, I don't know why you gave me this. And he's got a sinus infection of some sort. And I said, well, why do you think I gave this to you? I'm not sick. He goes, well, you have a 2-year-old. So it's like always a carrier here. Which also goes to my wife's point that Congress is much like a daycare, because we all go home and share whatever we got in Washington with our families. But I could keep going with the daycare analogy, but I'll stop. But I'm thrilled to be here today to talk about an important initiative that Leader McCarthy and I have driven this year in the House of Representatives. That's called the Innovation Initiative. Kevin and I have had this conversation over our service together here in the U.S. House about positive disruption. You know, what's happening in Silicon Valley and what should be happening in our government? What should we be doing as policymakers to make sure that this is driven out into the expanses of our economy? And what Kevin has repeatedly said is he believes that we're living through the fourth industrial revolution. And with that, there are enormous challenges that come as a result of that, but wonderful opportunities as well. And what we've seen, as Leader McCarthy and I have seen, is that that innovation in the private sector is not making its way to the government sector, to the federal government in particular. And sharing our joint interest in innovation and technology, Leader McCarthy and I have brought groups to Silicon Valley to talk through the changes in the tech community, the opportunities there. And that's what got us talking about the Innovation Initiative. And out of that, it's clear that we know that Americans are frustrated with their government. And because we know that, and because we know these opportunities of innovation, we're able to drive an agenda about this rapidly changing technology that's coming in the private sector. But the Innovation Initiative is mostly about a mindset shift in Congress. Not simply the left-right paradigm and the choices that are presented out of those major debates in Washington, but about changing the mindset of Congress to look for innovative and breakthrough ways for us to change the bureaucracy, change regulation, and ensure that we take and harness that private sector innovation in a way that allows it to go not just for 3 or 4 states in the nation, but to go to all 50 in communities across the country. Our objective with the Innovation Initiative is twofold. It's to spur innovation in the private sector, as I've said, but also to bring that innovation to government. We have key platforms of technology in our government that haven't been updated in the last 30 years. We have bureaucracies that still use a DOS prompt for key parts of our regulatory framework that we work with as Americans. We need to change that. And so the Innovation Initiative takes together that information, big data, if you will, technology, and entrepreneurship, and uses those 3 to really shift the way people in Congress think through policy. And the Chamber shares these goals and has been really a wonderful support in the Innovation Initiative. And so far this year, since March of this year, we've passed 30 bills with the Innovation Initiative through the House of Representatives, and those 30 bills have come out of 11 different committees. How that looks for Veterans Affairs looks different than it is for Energy and Commerce, than it looks for Financial Services, than it does for Ways and Means, than it does for the Science Committee. But they all have that same mindset that we're trying to drive in the House. Now, of those, we've passed those 30 bills, but we're averaging over 360 votes for these initiatives. And so that means there's significant bipartisan support. And the goal is very different than our bold policy agenda, a better way, that the Speaker of the House, Paul Ryan, has touted so dramatically across the country. The Innovation Initiative is about simple but significant policy changes that can be made now, that can be done in a bipartisan way and immediately put into effect. And so we're making meaningful progress to that. And to my focus within the Innovation Initiative, which is around fintech, around financial technology and the deployment of new forms of capital raising, capital deployment to help improve my constituents' opportunities and to make those financial opportunities more diffuse around the country. So 2 areas in particular, angel investing and investment crowdfunding. Those have been the work that I've been about through the Innovation Initiative. Obviously, angel investing networks are very small, and out of a small network, you have to have even deeper wealth in order to take this type of risk. What we want to do is expand angel networks so they can have a lower price tag associated with it and help more individuals. That broadens it out for areas like my district in Western North Carolina that doesn't have that deep pool of capital that perhaps Austin, Texas, or Chicago or Boston would have. And in addition to that, investment crowdfunding allows us to use the internet to get perhaps those urban areas or those rural areas where they don't have this deep connection with folks that can take that investment risk. And so those have been 2 initiatives that we've been able to pass of the 30 bills we passed in the House of Representatives. Now, I want to close with this thought. So much of the discussion around innovation, so much of the discussion around technology has been focused around having the next Facebook or Google. And while they're laudable companies, the reality for my constituents in Western North Carolina is we need to use that technology, that innovation, for perhaps that new small business that is a coffee shop, maybe a new small business that is a manufacturer, maybe a new small business that mows grass. So let me finish with this story. Technological change can provide wonderful real-world opportunities. I'm the youngest of 5 kids. My father had a buddy who had 5 kids down the street. And with 5 kids, as my father's fond of saying, he never had enough money because you had these, kids that really wanted to eat. But my father was always looking for a business opportunity to really enhance the family's opportunities, right? To make sure we got to go to the schools we wanted and pay for college and things of that sort. And so he and a buddy started a business in our backyard. They got a contract to mow grass at a hospital, a few hundred acres. And once they got the contract, they realized, well, with two push mowers and a plug-in weed eater, they couldn't mow a few hundred acres. So they went out and got the best piece of equipment they could, but they didn't have the money for that best piece of equipment. So they convinced the sales guy to let them demo it for the weekend. So the guy leaves on Friday. They ride this lawnmower till sundown on Friday, sun up to sundown on Saturday, sun up to sundown on Sunday. They got their first cut in. Now, after doing this and the sales guy saying, well, you're going to buy it, my father convinced the sales guy to let him use it a few more times so they could get the first payment in, and they endorsed the check over to the sales guy. Now, herein lies the big challenge for my father. He didn't have a truck. So how do you move this very expensive lawnmower that cost more than my father made the previous year? Well, with the greatest financial innovation of its time in the late 70s, the master charge. He went out and bought a truck on a master charge. Now, my father, that was the foundation of his business that ended up employing 500 people in 2 states, that put all 5 of us through college. Well, he put all 5 of us through college for 2 reasons, really. One is we had the opportunity to work. The other is we didn't have a choice. We had to work. But that made an impact on my family, changed our world. Now, that's not Oculus. That's not virtual reality. It's not a tech firm. But it was a financial technology that provided my father the opportunity to get in business. Now, that's the story of American innovation. That's the story of American risk-taking, wise, smart risk-taking, and entrepreneurship. How are we going to harvest and harness this technology and this technological change to provide those economic opportunities for our people? To make a new lawn service, to change a family's world, if you will, a community's world, if you will. Those are the impacts that I'm excited about and the opportunities that innovation is providing, not just to a few and a few places around the country, but more deeply to our people all across the nation and in every community, rural or urban or anywhere in between. I want to thank the U.S. Chamber for their leadership in this initiative to drive this technological discussion, debate, and change that the American economy is creating. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. And I send Kevin McCarthy's regards as well to you and his great thanks. God bless.
Hello, everybody. Hello. We can't see you very well. I'm excited to be here. I'm going to introduce you to our panelists who will discuss data for good in just a minute. I'm happy to see the gentleman wore some colorful socks because we're going to do this daytime television style. Just a conversation amongst all of us. Usually when I work on panels, there is a moderator who's a little more clearly in control, so I'm going to try to do my best. I'm Hudson Hollister. 4 years ago, I founded the Data Coalition. We are a trade association that seeks to persuade government to adopt standardized data formats and to publish more data sets as open data. And so because of the Data Coalition's mission, I am so excited for this panel because we'll be discussing a similar topic. We'll be discussing ways to use data sets, whether they are public or sometimes restricted, but use machine-readable data sets to make the world better. I truly believe that the value of open data, of fully standardized, accessible data sets hasn't yet been realized. In fact, we are only scratching the surface. In the public sector, so much valuable information is not yet available that way. In fact, I would even say that so much public sector information isn't even expressed as data to begin with. Our organization is pushing for policy change to transform federal spending, financial regulatory filings, eventually the text of laws and regulations into searchable data sets. We think that vast public good will come from that. But I'm not the topic here. I am excited to introduce my fellow stage handlers, our panelists today. Starting on my right, your left, Eric Liu is the founder of Bayes Impact. Aidan Van Oppen is a senior policy advisor to the United States Chief Technology Officer Megan Smith at the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy. Nipin Goel runs market and portfolio strategy for Cabbage.com. Corey Marshall is the director of Splunk for Good. It's for good, y'all. And Jason Thomas is the chief of innovation for Thomson Reuters Special Services. Now, these are some very different entities that we've got up on the stage here. We have nonprofits, we have semi-nonprofits, we'll get into that in a bit. We have some for-profits, we have the White House. But what brings them all together is that each of them is on the bleeding edge of using standardized machine-readable data sets to make the world better. The thing that I'm excited about is not just to learn about these projects and how we all can help and get engaged, but also to figure out what's common about them, what they have in common, and how we here in DC, working on policy sometimes, can arrange incentives to make sure that more of this happens. And so, I'm going to give each of them, we've got a big old countdown here, but I've got 36 minutes, so I'm feeling pretty good at the moment. I'm going to give each of them an opportunity to take a few minutes describing their projects, and then we're going to try to suss out the commonalities, and we'll have some time at the end for questions. I'm going to start with Corey Marshall, the director of Splunk for Good. Corey, could you describe the Impact Cloud project, what it is, what it does, why it's good?
Certainly, I think I'll start, at a slightly higher level, describing what Splunk is for those of you that probably don't know. Splunk is a big data platform. We've got about 12,000 customers around the world that use us for a variety of different things, usually starting in their IT organizations to monitor systems and networks and devices and things like that. And what we're doing through our Splunk for Good program, which has been around for about 5 years now, is that we're working with nonprofits, we're working with public sector agencies to demonstrate both the value of open data, which is near and dear to Hudson's heart, as well as to illustrate the value of using big data to help improve operations for a variety of different types of organizations. One of the most exciting projects that we have going on right now is actually just announced a couple of weeks ago. It's called the Impact Cloud. And what that is, it's actually a collaboration of a number of different technology companies from out in the valley to develop a shared framework around disaster and humanitarian response, as well as to provide those types of solutions out to nonprofits at large. And what we've done is started with a proof of concept centered around volunteer intake for organizations like Team Rubicon, which many of you may have heard about. It's a veteran-driven organization that responds to disasters all over the world, so that they can actually harness the thousands of people that they engage every year to be able to actively deploy them, track them, and things like that out in the field. And this is really the tip of the iceberg on this particular topic, because Splunk is a perfect type of a tool to leverage for these types of operations in any kind of context, any kind of humanitarian response, any kind of disaster or first response, whereby you need to have connectivity between different types of systems, right? And what we do really well is we interface with disparate data sources, and we can establish correlations and visibility and provide analytics on top of those at scale. And when I say scale, it's of a scale that a lot of us typically don't recognize, which is we have customers using anywhere from gigabytes to petabytes of new data every single day. And that can come from any kind of a sensor network, any kind of a website, any kind of a device network that you might have going on. There's a good variety of different types of things that you can do to deploy these things, and we're really focused on trying to to make a positive social impact with them.
One quick, fast follow-up question for you, Corey. A lot of us are all too familiar with a national profile disaster and with what happens after. Many government agencies, federal, state, and local, all trying to work together, command centers being set up, private sector organizations swinging into action, people like the Red Cross. We know what that story is like. Ideally, if all of this goes well, how does Impact Cloud make that story different?
Well, the one dimension that you didn't describe is that when they're mobilizing thousands of people from all over the place, different agencies, different companies, et cetera, they're all armed with pencil and paper, which is incredibly frustrating, incredibly inefficient, and it's really something that is technologically feasible already and has been for a number of years. And so what we're really trying to do is bring some of those processes, bring some of those folks into the current age when it comes to data analysis, and expedite it, really, because really lives are in the balance when you're responding to those types of situations. And to the extent that we can connect the data, connect the people with some tools that are industrial grade, to the extent that we can, I mean, that's the holy grail, right? Is really being able to connect those dots in a way that can make a meaningful impact, and then we can get out of the way and we can let people save lives.
Corey Marshall, thanks for describing what Splunk for Good is doing. I'm next going to call on Eric Liu, the founder of Bayes Impact. I'm excited to ask you to tell us a little bit about your organization and about the events that you run and the impact that Bayes Impact is already realizing.
Thanks, Hudson, and also shout out to Corey Marshall, who's actually a board member of ours, so glad to see him here. But I'll give you an introduction to Bayes Impact. So we are a 501c3 nonprofit, and the mission of the organization is to use technology and data to address pressing social challenges. And specifically for us, that means building what we call digital social services. So we're leveraging technologies like data science to personalize care for underserved individuals, veterans that may need help, homeless individuals, the unemployed, but providing these services in a massively scalable way. But we're talking about digital solutions that can deliver this help, personalized help, at the scale of cities, states, nationally, and we just started an office in France as well to be working with the French government on sort of labor challenges. And I think the main mode of our impact comes from leveraging open source technologies, the large data sets that exist, let's say millions of medical records that we worked with to help underserved patients better get community services. And the core of our organization is engineers and data scientists from the Valley. So we hire folks from Facebook and Eventbrite and Uber that work with us full time to develop these solutions and give these solutions out open source to promote innovation and also to bring that impact to places around the world. So that's Bayes Impact, and a lot of the organizations that we work in, that would likely be relevant to this crowd is within the federal government. So we worked on issues such as organ allocation at a national level, optimizing organ allocation. At a local level, we've worked on optimizing ambulance dispatch for the city of San Francisco. And we've also worked with the veteran communities, helping them translate their military skills into civilian skills to find jobs once they get out of military service. So that is sort of a lot of our core experience, and we're mainly funded by philanthropies like the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Robert Wood Johnson Foundation, the healthcare space, and Y Combinator from the technology community. So that in a nutshell is Bayes Impact. And one of the exciting opportunities that I was brought on to discuss in this panel is Bayes Hack, which is our sort of annual hackathon where we bring in a couple hundred engineers in the Valley. We fly out folks within government, so a bunch of folks from DC, CTOs, CDOs, innovation folks from the White House came out to work with engineers over a weekend to identify these sort of core problem areas where data science can make massively scaled impact. And there's a lot of interesting results from that, but I think there's both a technology sort of advances in technology that have been really helpful to be able to create these solutions in a short period of time. We're talking about 24 hours, but I think a huge appetite as well for folks from DC and from the Valley and these different communities to come together to start tackling some of these issues, and maybe in line with some of the themes of this event as well.
Eric, you've described how the appetite is not only felt from those who will be needing and using the services, but also from those who will be supplying some of the source data sets, that sometimes you've been able to encourage public sector entities to open up data sets that weren't open before for the express purpose of participating in a Bayes hack, and then they remain open. And that's very important. Does that happen?
Yeah, that was one of the great products in an event like that, in the sense that we are trying to address a high-level challenge, right? If we take the example of skills translation for veterans, some of the surveys from veterans have shown that the #1 problem is finding employment after military service. And that as a high-level challenge then indicates that we want to identify the data sets that can make an impact in this space. We want to understand that problem better. And it becomes a forcing function for agencies themselves to look at the data that they can make open and the ones that they already have open. So some of the interesting results just from the VA project, but also transportation, HHS, a lot of the federal agencies that were represented, is they started looking at their own data and realizing that there are a lot more uses of what they already had. And then second, they looked at their own data sets that maybe they thought for privacy reasons or whatever reasons they couldn't make open, they were actually able to make open for this event and kept it open. In transportation, Toronto Transportation was a great example of that, where they opened three data sets before the event, so about a few weeks before, and a lot of the forcing function really was to have that data available for the event, for engineers to start working on.
Eric Liu, founder of Bayes Impact, thank you very much. 6 months ago, Aidan Van Oppen, senior advisor to the chief technology officer, stood on a stage in the White House and announced the Opportunity Project. Aidan, I would love to have you describe that project for those who haven't heard of it before and give us a 6-month checkup.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Hudson. So I guess I'll start real quickly by letting you guys know what our office is all about. So I'm in the Office of Science and Technology Policy at the White House, but specifically on the team of the U.S. Chief Technology Officer, Megan Smith. And that role was created by President Obama in order to bring in a new sort of perspective into government. So really one that comes from the Silicon Valley world, from the tech world, to harness the power of technology and data and innovation to solve some of our most pressing challenges that we are all working to solve. And so my role in that is really bringing that work to the work that we do when we support local communities. So the Opportunity Project is an initiative that aims to unleash the power of federal and local open data to increase equity and justice in communities around the country. So what that means in practice is that we facilitate the process of the creation of digital tools that help people to access resources in their neighborhoods. So we work with non-government tech talent from places like Airbnb and Fitbit and Zillow and Redfin, and they collaborate with government, they collaborate with communities, and they build tools using federal data on things like proximity to jobs and transportation and affordable housing. And then those tools can help local leaders to navigate resources in their neighborhoods or help low-income families to find affordable homes that are near transportation or jobs. So the primary goals of this initiative are threefold. The first is the direct impact that we hope that those tools will have and are having. The second is around data and being a different kind of steward of our federal data. And then the third is around this idea of collaboration. So I've mentioned a little bit about the impact piece. I'll just say that in March we released 12 tools that showed the art of the possible that were built by a whole range of teams from nonprofit and for-profit sectors. And then we, based on the success of that, have been working with 6 federal agencies who articulated really high-level core challenges that those agencies are working to address before the end of the administration. And these are problems that would benefit from engagement with federal and local open data and collaborations with the non-government tech sector. And so we have 25 teams that are building right now, and there are some really exciting tools in the mix that will launch in early October. On the data side, we essentially have been playing the role of curating and making the data more user-friendly and easily accessible, even to folks who aren't used to weeding through data.gov to find the data sets that are most relevant to them. So as many of you know, this administration has opened up 200,000 data sets over the course of the last nearly 8 years, which is quite an amazing thing. And we want to make sure that the data sets that are highest value on certain issues that really matter, in our case to local communities, that it's really easy for people to find those. So we kind of set out on a journey to do for access to opportunity what NOAA has done for weather. So essentially, all of the weather apps that we use sit on top of federal data, NOAA data. And if you can imagine what it would be like if instead of rainfall, you could see the location of affordable housing, or instead of humidity, you could see access to transportation. And so by unleashing this data, we really hope that many, many people will come and build things on top of it. And then just real quick, the final one is collaboration. So the president is really focused on this. He talks a lot about how it's really at the intersection of our skills and our expertise that we can solve our hardest problems. So bringing technologists to the table with policymakers, with subject matter expertise, experts and community leaders, and together at that intersection is how we're going to really solve our problems. And DJ Patel, who's the chief data scientist for the United States, talks about how data science is a team sport. That really, to reach the value of data, we need everybody at the table. So that's also what we're trying to do here, and we're trying to facilitate those collaborations because they don't happen by themselves, at least not yet. So.
Thank you very much. One follow-up, one of the tools that we heard a lot about at the launch last March was something called the Opportunity Score.
Yep.
Would you describe what the Opportunity Score is and what has changed in its management since March?
Absolutely. So Redfin built a tool called Opportunity Score, which some of you may be familiar with Walk Score, which Redfin also owns, which shows the walkability of neighborhoods. Opportunity Score shows proximity between affordable homes and jobs. It shows users affordable homes they can get to from areas with high concentrations of jobs in less than 30 minutes without a car. And at the launch, they had created that tool for a handful of cities using a little-known federal data set that shows at the block level the location of industries and the breakdown of different types of jobs. And now they've integrated that tool across their entire national platform. And their goal is to, at some point in the near future, have Opportunity Score listed on every single Redfin listing for homes. And so it's really reaching a market that they weren't otherwise reaching yet, which is middle-income and low-income families who don't have access to cars. And so they were really excited to be engaged around working with a population that they wanted to work with but hadn't had the outlet for yet, and to use federal data in a way that wasn't on their radar. So.
Aidan Van Oppen, thank you very much. I'd like now to offer the floor over to Jason Thomas, the Chief of Innovation at Thomson Reuters Special Services. Now, here's where we turn to a little more clearly industry. We are here in the leading industry and private sector organization in this country. But what's interesting for us is that we will see so much similarity in what industry is doing with open and machine-readable data. Jason, if you'd take it away.
Sure. So you've probably heard of Thomson Reuters as an organization, right? We own Reuters Media, we own Westlaw. If you're an attorney, you've probably used Westlaw. We own a lot of content, right? We also have a lot of content in market data. Well, I work for a very small part of that large company called Thomson Reuters Special Services. And what Special Services does is repurpose that content and data for law enforcement and national security use cases. And what that allows me to do, by the way, I think I have the best job in the entire world. Because what I get to do all day is sit around and think about how bad people do bad things and try to disrupt their supply chains using data. And we do this in a lot of different kind of environments, and one of those environments is in the sex trafficking, human trafficking space. So we have a number of programs devoted to helping organizations in the sex trafficking space very tactically. So we have a lot of tools that have a lot of content that sometimes sit on platforms like Splunk and others, and we deploy those for specific use cases. We have one tool specifically that we deploy to events, and we monitor for threats to those events in open source, as well as our own data. And threats, I mean physical threats and those kinds of things. And we deploy to lots of different events, Super Bowl, Republican National Committee, Indy 500, all these different events. And we look for threats to those, either people or the event going on. And one story in particular as it relates to the sex trafficking space, we were at the Super Bowl two years ago in New Jersey. And we were there monitoring for threats to NFL players, to the stadium, to commissioner, other officials that were visiting. And we stumbled across, by happenstance, out in open source, a sex trafficking ring. And one of the things you have to understand about sex trafficking and human trafficking in general is that in order to be successful, much like you have to be successful in your businesses, in order to be successful, you have to advertise. If you're not advertising your product, you're not going to be successful. So what happens is a lot of these folks will advertise, and by the way, the Super Bowl, as well as the Consumer Electronics Show, are two of the most highly trafficked events in the world. And that's because you have a lot of people in a very specific area that are interested in not only sports and technology in the Consumer Electronics Showcase, but also in sex. So you find young children and others that are flown in or driven into those events and are taken advantage of. In order to know that those people are there, you have to advertise your services, and those services are advertised through a number of ways, one of which is social media. The other is websites like backpages.com and others. And we stumbled upon, in open source, a ring that was operating there around the Super Bowl at the time. And it's one of my proudest moments at working at Thomson Reuters Special Services, because we wrapped up that ring, helped law enforcement wrap up that ring, and brought home 8 young girls. And that was through processing social and open source data in order to augment a human analyst's capability. So when we talk about using data in machine readable data to support mission sets, most times that is in support of an individual. Because we believe, and I would be hard-pressed to think the other folks on the panel would think differently, but that we believe that machines can't provide an answer. What they can do is they can provide a series of answers that a human then has to make a judgment about. Now, you can train machines to help make those decisions, but that becomes, especially when you're dealing with people's lives, that becomes a complicated issue. So you have to inject a person in that role. So what we've done is we build these systems, we deploy them with people, and then identify kind of that data that makes sense for that use case, and then use that tactically. It's a very satisfying environment. We provide our tools and technologies to NGOs as well. The National Center for Missing and Exploited Children uses our tools. Thorn, which is another NGO in the human trafficking space. And I'll add one other quick thing, and I know we'll probably talk a little bit about this eventually, but I'll add one other kind of wrinkle to this, and that is our focus now is moving from text-driven data analysis and more to image-driven data analysis. And I'm going to make a pitch here because I know we have private industry in the room. One of the challenges with sex trafficking is that many times the children, there are photos taken of them. And when those photos are taken, obviously there are things in the photo that are not the individual, right? So there are beds in the background, there are unique, like blankets, there are patterns on blankets and clocks and, all these objects that are in photos. And one of the things that we have found to be very helpful to rescuing children, especially children that have been photoed, is identifying those objects and doing it in a machine in an automated way, so that an individual analyst is not looking at photo after photo after photo to determine that that's a Timex clock that's only sold in Walmart, but have a machine do that, right? So that when we get a photo of a exploited child that's been posted out on dark web or some other forum, and we have another photo of objects, and if those two match, we can now say potentially that individual that photo of that individual was potentially taken around these objects that we've identified in another photo. So if you work for a hotel, or you work for Realtor.com or Redfin, I heard somebody mention Redfin earlier, you have a lot of photos of the interiors of buildings, and in hotel rooms, in a hotel case, of hotel rooms. TripAdvisor is another one. Wouldn't it be interesting to think through how we can take these photos of exploited children and compare them to images that are out in the open to determine if that individual was in a Holiday Inn or was in a specific address that's, the house is now for sale, right? So there's tons of opportunities to think through how we can use images for, open source images for disrupting the supply chain of human and sex trafficking. So we do a lot of cool stuff at TRSS. I wish I could talk about the other cool stuff that we do. But part of why we get up and do what we do at TRSS is not because we're in it to make money. It's because we're in it to do good, to borrow the panel's title. So,
Jason Thomas, Chief of Innovation at Thomson Reuters Special Services. Thank you very much. Nitin Goel, Market and Portfolio Strategist at Kabbage.com. Thank you for your patience. Please tell us what Kabbage.com is, what you do, and why it's good.
Sure. Thanks, Hudson. So for those who don't know, Kabbage.com is a financial technology and sort of data platform that uses alternative data sources to enable funding to small businesses. To date, we've loaned about $2 billion since we started in about 2010 to over 60,000 businesses. And really sort of our approach and sort of the goal we take when we ask customers to link data sources is let's use the data sources that businesses are familiar with, the ones that they're using on a day-to-day basis. So as you think about examples, I as a business use QuickBooks for inventory and invoices. I use PayPal or Stripe or Square to process payments. Maybe I use Google Analytics for marketing assessments or Google AdWords to drive traffic to my business. And perhaps I use Facebook or Twitter to engage with my customer base. So it's really sort of taking not necessarily a completely divergent approach from traditional credit analysis, but really trying to get at some of those similar types of metrics through alternative data sources. I think one of a good way we try to sort of use an example is take for an example a retail store. Imagine you can walk in and sort of see and observe all of the different components of that store truly operating, the foot traffic, what's being sold, the cash register, inflow, outflow. That's really our approach to sort of what data we look to collect. Thinking about how it's different from sort of the mainstream model, there's two primary things. One, as I mentioned, the traditional sort of idea you have is you go in and someone will ask, tell me about your business, right? Give me your financial statements. Let me see your tax returns. Give me a personal statement. Our approach is really connect your data sources and let us see how your business operates. Let us understand sort of the ups and downs using all of these different types of data sources. Which the key benefits immediate from that are sort of the ease of the application process, the sort of arduous data collection that's typically involved with a business loan is replaced by what we can do within 7 minutes of access to funds, and just sort of the time of that funding. The second piece is more sort of the long-term lifetime value component to the customer. And that's around the fact that we maintain that connectivity to that data. So we can see as your financial health or your business operational health continues to grow with this access to capital, we're able to provision more cash, right? And the ability for us to sort of manage that risk and exposure is also what it does is really diminish the sort of impact of any one given decision, which is really the true power of that data, such that we're not necessarily saying at this point in time, you customer X will get X, you can have $10,000. It's right now, what we see in your business is you can get up to, and we manage towards a line of credit. And as you improve, or potentially as you sort of have more difficulty making payments, we're able to sort of manage and grow with a business using that sort of methodology. How it's really sort of opened up to a broader base is given sort of the scale and automation we've been able to achieve using machine learning, using sort of all of these disparate data sources. What it's been able to do is we've been able to drive scale and automation without sacrificing much in terms of granularity and subsegmentation. So whereas typically if you fall into a group that might get lumped into those who wouldn't qualify, that ability to sort of assess at a more granular level has allowed us to really open up to a broader base of customers who would otherwise not be able to access credit, or not be able to access credit in a manner in which they need to get it in a timely fashion.
Well, here we have it. We have 5 examples of organizations, projects, and programs that are using open or machine-readable data to make the world better, and particularly to make it better for the constituencies that we talked about. Corey Marshall of Splunk for Good, I would say disaster victims face a much better chance once Impact Cloud is fully rolled out. Eric Liu of Bayes Impact, these underserved groups whose tools get built because of the convenings that Bayes Impact runs, I'm sure they would say thank you. Aidan Van Oppen at the White House, the local communities facing problems, they'll surely be able to take advantage as this work continues. Jason Thomas of Thomson Reuters Special Services, would-be victims of crime are benefiting, and it sounds as though small businesses are benefiting as well. This is a vast range of beneficiaries of the use of open and machine-readable data. It's also a vast range of incentives, and I find that really interesting. We often, in our society, tend to believe that there is charitable motivation and there is profit motivation, but so many of these are able to successfully mix the two. And I'd like to ask everybody here on the stage with me, what are the incentives that causes your organization to do this work, and how have those incentives changed as technology has matured? I'm going to go in the same order, and then after that we'll have a couple of follow-up questions. So those questions to Corey of Splunk for Good.
So one of the things I've always tried to do is try to achieve that alignment of business interest and social interest, right? Obviously with the ultimate objective of trying to leverage the tools that we have at our disposal, leverage the talented folks that we have within our company, all towards that common end. I mean, we actually have a lot more to talk about than I knew prior to sitting in this chair, because we are.
Happen after you're on the stage.
But that is, so it's that intersection, right? So it's intersection of interests, but it's also the intersection of players within an ecosystem, and it's an intersection of these different types of tools and how they can complement each other in achieving these common objectives. Because we monitor systems of all different types. We can interface with all different kinds of data sets. I mean, we have these types of capabilities that are native to our software product, and all it's really about is trying to find meaningful ways and opportunities to deploy those things. We do a lot of work in things like cybersecurity. We do a lot of work in data analytics, and those are capabilities that can be repurposed for very interesting types of use cases that everybody's been talking about here. We do a lot of things with machine learning and data science, which is exactly the types of things that Bayes Impact is deploying as well. So what we're really trying to achieve is alignment, right? And connectivity to a lot of the different pieces in the space. And you know, human trafficking is actually one that's a perfect example of how bringing these different pieces together and how it can make such an amazing impact in terms of the outcomes that are related to this. Because until just a few years ago, you would never be able to react to a trafficking ring of that magnitude on that scale at an event like that, without access to the data, without access to the tools, without access to information, as well as having the connectivity to the authorities and the coordination with the authorities to be able to act on the other end of that. Those are all the things that we're trying to do. We're trying to enable these types of responses, which is ultimately our objective. Period.
I think I'm going to vary the order up a little bit, even though I said we were going to go in the same order, just to shake things up. And then after that, we're going to go to audience questions, so get ready for that. I'd like to go to Nipin next. Nipin, Cabbage.com serves a segment of the credit market that might not have been served before, and to be sure, there is a business incentive and an opportunity to do so. But how would you describe the motivation behind your firm?
Yeah, I think you make a great point in that there's the pure sort of business profit motivation and sort of the drivers and sort of what you might consider an untapped market there. But I think the way we've approached it and sort of how we continually look to assess new data sources is how do we identify customers who just through traditional channels are unable to access credit, whether it's because they have thin credit files and they just don't have the information to go through those channels. How do we sort of build a set of data channels and sources that can drive additional capital into those areas? And certainly I think as we think about working with the SBA, the Chamber of Commerce, and trying to identify just new ways to both use data and sort of educate those sort of underserved markets to really drive education as well as sort of access there.
Jason, let's ask about the incentives that are facing Thomson Reuters Special Services. You're providing a service, especially for law enforcement agencies, but it sounds just from your description as though your motivation is mixed.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting because we work for a for-profit organization, obviously. It's a publicly traded company, so we have investors we have to keep satisfied. And what we found, and this is throughout the organization, is that there is a culture of service within the organization. And certainly within Special Services, everyone in our, from our executive leadership team on down to our admin folks are there because of we have a service-oriented background. Most of us come from government. By the way, personally, I realized that I could do more outside of government for government's benefit than inside government. And one of the motivations personally for me working at Thomson Reuters Special Services is to do that. And I'm not kidding when I say I have the best job in the world. I'll go home tonight and I'll go, you know what, maybe we should try this cool Splunk thing tomorrow. And I come in and I'll call my colleague here from Splunk and go, hey, can we do this? And he'll probably go, yeah. And I'll go, great, let's do it. And that's it. And we do it. And the question always comes, well, how do you budget for stuff like that? How do you adjust internally for expenditures? And what we have found is that most times we can get it done without lots of expenditure. We partner with organizations. We partner with a lot of small startups, actually, that can help get us down the road on things. And all of us come in with a mindset that we're not there to make a buck. We're there to provide a service that helps our government customers. And if that service turns out to be well received, then the money follows. We're not following the money. We're waiting for the money to follow what we're doing.
There's your quotable for those who are tweeting. We're not following the money.
Yeah, we're waiting for the money to follow us.
Waiting for the money to follow us. That will be one of my takeaways. Jump on that, y'all. Let's find out more about incentives, and then we'll go to some audience questions. I'd like to go to Aiden. You're the White House. You want to help people. You want to do good things.
Yeah.
What are the other incentives that are behind the Opportunity Project?
Yeah, so I told you all about the mission of our office, which is our incentive, I guess you could say, is meeting that mission of unleashing the power of data and technology on behalf of the American people and the world. But in terms of the Opportunity Project, I actually think it's maybe interesting to point out the incentives that I imagine are in play for the other collaborators within the ecosystem. So we've actually found that the tech sector, the companies, whether they're for-profit or nonprofit that we work with, really want to step up and work with us to solve these challenges. I think that's probably the case for many other people on the panel as well. And it's just been an amazing thing that people really want to engage in this way. And I think that oftentimes within government or within the nonprofit sector, that's not always necessarily known. And so the other piece of an incentive here is that when we have federal government stepping up with challenges or local governments that have challenges that they're trying to face, working with non-government tech talent in this way is a really important tool in our toolbox that people have not, it's been underutilized. And so I think, these agencies, for example, have an incentive to do things like Department of Labor is trying to help chronically unemployed people identify jobs in their areas that match their skills. So LinkedIn is building a tool that's hopefully going to help chronically unemployed people to do that. And so it's been interesting to see, that incentive is to use all the tools we have available to us now in the 21st century. So I guess I'll just leave it at that. I think there's, it is about these collaborations and bringing the various pieces together that all have an interest in moving forward a similar goal, but coming at it from different sides.
Thank you. Eric, could you tell us a little bit about whether Aiden and policymakers have properly imagined your incentives in the nonprofit sector?
Well, I think the White House has been a really good source of use cases, really, for tech folks, nonprofits, companies to approach these challenges. And I think whether it's for-profit or nonprofit, the key point is to identify use cases that can drive either a market incentive or non-market incentive. So on the non-market side, I think tools like Splunk and the work that TR is doing, it helps to reduce the knowledge required to understand machine learning and the uses of data and those sort of things, right? Sort of abstracts the complexity to help you focus on these particular use cases. And before I worked at Base Impact, I was in venture capital at Tomvest Ventures, which has a relation to TR, but also funded Cabbage. And it's very non-obvious the data sources, for example, in lending, right, where you have access to social media data, you have credit data, you have the data generated in the platform, you have bank data, you have all this information. And I think that's where the market incentive, where data scientists and platforms like Splunk and otherwise can help lower the barriers to understand how to use that information to reduce credit risk, to find more customers, to reduce customer churn, those sort of things. And then in the nonprofit side, it's a different incentive, right? The use case is incredibly important because that's what's going to drive funders and policy groups and those things to think about these particular areas where you don't have a natural market incentive, where foundations or large philanthropic donors are the ones that are effectively creating the resource pool to then help these underserved individuals that, let's say, can't afford the services or can't get them through sort of normal means. So I think the overarching thing about trying to suss out how to use data is really identifying a use case and then figuring out the mode to leverage that data. So whether it be for-profit products, custom solutions funded by philanthropy through the White House, whatever it is, I think identifying that use case, finding those methods of change, it's finally starting to happen with the maturation of a lot of these technology tools. And it's an exciting time, but I think, once again, I think that key is how do you solve that problem that you want to address with data?
And I'll just add, maybe I'm not on. And I'll just add that the discipline that Eric was just talking about, how you approach those problems and how you engage with those problems is absolutely essential, especially when you're talking about large-scale collaborations and bringing a number of different players to the table. Those relationships, while they might be free of monetary charge, are not without cost, right? It takes people, it takes expertise, it takes time to be able to take on some of those things. Approaching it with that type of rigor is really, really important so that you can lower the barriers to entry to those types of collaborations so that you can really enable the combination to happen.
Thanks, everybody. We've got time for a couple of audience questions, and then I want to give my panelists fair warning. My final question is going to be, what do you think policymakers should do to encourage more of what you're doing? But I'm going to ask each of you to answer it in a single sentence. So be thinking about that even while you listen to audience questions. It's tough to be a panelist. Let's go now to the audience. Raise your hand, I'll call on you, and then please wait for the microphone. Questions out there. If you're thinking of a question, don't be shy. Yes, out there in the center, the smiling lady.
I'm just curious, ladies working in the White House, do you collaborate at all with the which from what I understand is an innovation group within the other agencies in cutting edge technology?
Yes, very, very much so. So 18F is part, for those of you who don't know, there's this whole movement of the world's best technologists in many ways coming into government and helping us to improve the way that we deliver services. So a lot of those various offices were seeded from within the CTO's office in the White House. A lot of them stemmed from the Presidential Innovation Fellows Program, which started 4 years ago and really brought in almost like entrepreneurs in residence. And then following that, it became very clear that bringing in this other kind of expertise that we don't have enough of necessarily in government is incredibly important for a number of different reasons, including that it helps us to do our job better, which is to deliver services to people. It makes things incredibly more efficient to have that expertise inside. And so there's, at this point, I think close to 500 of these people. It includes people like the architects of Amazon, the general counsel from Twitter, the CTO of WordPress, like everything you could possibly imagine. People have come to government to be public servants. So it's really an incredible thing to see, and it really feels like a movement. A lot of these people have come thinking that they're going to be around for about 3 months, and 3 years later they're still here. So it's really great to see that happening.
Other questions from the audience? I'm going to make eye contact with you. If I do, ask a question. Yes, center table.
Just a quick question for Eric. What are the Bayes?
Oh, it's for, if you're familiar with Bayes' theorem, just like, that's right, conditional probability theorem. We're a bunch of stats nerds here, so that's where the name comes from.
So what's the connection between Bayes' theorem and vision statistics and what you're doing?
So a lot of the machine learning algorithms that are used today are based off the sort of Bayesian theories, and so naive Bayes models and those sort of things. So not all of our models are Bayesian, but it's a cool, catchy name and attracts stats people. So.
We're going to suddenly move to our lightning round now. Oh, another question? Did I see another question? Yes. Yes, Joshua. Well, it's almost as though I planted my final question and then decided to ask it here. This will be our lightning round. In one sentence, to encourage more work like what you and your organization are doing, what should policymakers do? I'm going to pick on Jason first.
So this will be a run-on sentence. Understand that you live in a world that is ensconced in data, and you no longer get the luxury of pounding your chest and saying that you take pride in not having an email address. We can't exist in a world, we can't have policymakers exist in a world anymore where there's a fundamental misunderstanding of data and technology and then expect to pass good legislation as an outcome.
That was one sentence. Great job.
Yeah, no periods.
Corey, what should policymakers do?
In addition to that, I think we should embrace the idea of coming up with feasible proofs of concept where we can illustrate the value of the data so that we're not just having this expectation of some type of proficiency or understanding, but that we can actually illustrate the value of these things. And one of the shortcomings in the current repository of open data, whether it's at data.gov or at the lowest level in a city, is simply that there's a lack of operationally focused data that is reliable and consistent, so that we can do some of those things. We would love nothing more than to be able to show what the inherent financial value would be of making buses run faster, changing routing, expediting public safety dispatch, and optimizing staffing. Unfortunately, and coordinating public services so as to eliminate duplication. There are lots of challenges embedded in that, but the biggest one is actually that the data is not available in such a way that we can get there.
I think I heard a few semicolons, but I will let it slide.
Commas.
They were all commas. And conjunctions. Nipin, what do you think policymakers should do?
So I think on this path towards open data, one thing that we would sort of advocate for is to avoid sort of these non-draconian sort of data transmission protocol, right? I think open APIs are the lifeblood for Cabbage, and I think the future for at least, I know, financial services, technology innovation.
That was it?
Yeah. I think I actually planned the sentence out pretty well.
I think you did.
Yeah.
I was taking notes and then suddenly it was over. Aiden, what should policymakers like you do?
I think that as we move into an era where we have places like data.gov and we have all of these data sets that have been released and will stay open, that we do everything we possibly can to make those data sets user-friendly, easy to find, easy to translate into tools that really impact real people's lives. And we're starting to see that, and we want to hardwire it and extend it, and do everything we can to demonstrate the real impact that this data can have.
Thank you. You're doing it by example. Eric, what should policymakers do as the last word?
I think policymakers should identify the top priorities, what I call use cases, and then make data open to enable those use cases to be addressed.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking our panelists. We're going to progress off to the right. To the right.
Good afternoon. My name is Ashley Hand. I am co-founder of a smart city advisory company called Cityfy. We launched just about 2 months ago, month and a half ago, with the goal of bringing together the public sector and private sector to solve urban issues by focusing on people first and technology as a tool and means to get there. Recently, I served the city of Los Angeles as its transportation technology strategist, where I looked at public policy around shared mobility and autonomous vehicles to help us create a pathway to a future that serves our community by providing equity and access to these services when we see this revolutionary moment in technology that can physically reshape our cities for generations to come. And even prior to that, I served as the first Chief Innovation Officer for the city of Kansas City, Missouri, where I implemented a public-private partnership to make Kansas City the most comprehensive smart city in North America. And so I consider myself not only someone who loves cities and loves the people that live within the cities, but as a practitioner who's really struggled over the last few years to figure out how do we align these unbelievable challenges with the resources and changes that we need to improve. So I think it's no mystery that our cities are growing, and they're growing around the world. And as with that, so too do the challenges that we faced. And I think it's just going beyond thinking about the systems that we see on the surface, the potholes that we report, but thinking about those things that are going on below our infrastructure as we think about 60% of our potable water being lost in our water system because we have inefficient and outmoded infrastructure to convey that water. Or you think about the billions of gallons of sewage that get dumped into our waterways because we have outmoded modes of moving our water. We also see incredible impacts on the health and livability of our communities and cities as we see old and blighted neighborhoods struggle to be revitalized and brought back to a higher standard for people living in those communities and attracting new people to those communities. And incredible wealth is being lost in our cities as a result of that. But our cities are also changing. We're seeing an aging population that have new needs, and when you think about issues around health, around mobility and access, and we have to think about how do we redesign the city to address the needs of our aging population, but balance it with the competing priorities of younger generations that we want to attract and retain to our cities as we want to grow our economy and build up a workforce of the future. And then, of course, there's this big thing on the horizon that I've spent quite a bit of time thinking about, which is what happens with automation. How does that actually reshape our cities and change the way that we move, which drives our economy, which creates opportunity, which ultimately makes a difference in how we live and work and play. We've been talking about smart cities for a very long time, and these two different covers are actually about a century apart, and I think we've been talking about 100-year time frames today, and so it should come as no surprise that we've been thinking for a very long time about how technology as an overlay in our infrastructure can really transform our urban experience. But the rate of change that we're seeing in technology is just growing and growing and growing, and it's making it harder for us in local government to figure out how to reconcile that change with the way that we work. And as was mentioned earlier, and my data obviously is a little out of date, but it ultimately shows that we are having this ubiquitous connectivity enabled by something that we can carry around in our phone, our pockets. But the other side of it are the people that do not have access to this technology, and how do we ensure that the benefits we realize through smart city technologies are realized by all members of our community. And I think what we're seeing is that this is changing not just the way that we think about our city today, but is evolving the way that we will have to design the city of the future for future generations who will never know life without this technology. And I think what we're seeing is that the behaviors we're having a major impact as a result of the introduction of these technologies in our daily lives. And as someone who has a broken screen on my phone right now, I'm just happy to say I celebrated my 7th anniversary yesterday, so I'm kind of missing that one. But tools that were created for one thing, like social media tools, are being used in new ways to connect people in unprecedented ways. Social media tools like this one, VireChat, was used to organize an impromptu protest where thousands of people were able to convene because all of a sudden they were connected on an issue and brought together in a physical place in a way that they would never have been able to do otherwise. So we have to ask ourselves, how does this ubiquitous connectivity reshape our communities? How does it redefine our economy and ultimately create the city of the future? Well, we know that our fundamentals in our economy are changing as traditional retail is definitely struggling to keep up with the ability to drop a burrito from a drone or bring commerce to you in a single day through a transaction online that all of a sudden brings you goods to your home in a way and at a speed that's never been done before. So we definitely know that that is going to change our main streets. And how we think about those spaces and how we use those spaces really has to be thought about today, because the impact and the pace of change to rebuild our built environment will take time. And the sharing economy, which has come up several times today, is also realigning in real time the availability of resources to demand. And shared mobility, as an example, is creating access to more choices and new services that never existed before. So suddenly, I can choose from car sharing and ride sharing services, I can use a scooter sharing service or a bike sharing service, and I may never actually need to own a vehicle. And that changes our way of thinking when we think about how our space is used in the cities, but also what our purchasing behaviors and how we want to navigate around. But the sharing economy presents several challenges to our local governments as well, because we are very methodical in local government and making decisions based on time-proven outcomes, and decisions over time have accumulated in our public policy. So when Airbnb challenges low-income communities to think about affordability of housing and challenges in cities that are increasingly more popular to visit as a site, what are the impacts and how do we measure it? It requires new data sharing with these companies from local government, which means we have to be able to consume that data in new ways to understand the impact. But we also have to figure out how do we level the playing field so that we don't necessarily pick a winner, but we also don't bar ourselves from future innovation in these spaces. So there's a quote that's often attributed to Mayor Mike Bloomberg, and while I give him substantial credit for the work that he's done around data-driven decision-making, there was a man behind that, Edward Demings, who should be credited with the actual quote. And this is about how we are moving and evolving in local government to be more data-driven. And I think when we think about what that does, it really fundamentally changes the way that you engage, not only if you're a citizen and a community member of your city, but also as a business, as someone who wants to partner with the city, and ultimately someone who wants to share in the outcomes that we all want to have for our cities. So the core themes around smart cities has certainly evolved. There's been kind of three major phases that I might define. One is the first phase, which is purely operational. How do I make my buses run more efficiently around the city? The second phase was more about data sharing. How do I give you in real time information about where your bus is located? And the third phase is really a more systemic approach. How do I rethink my existing suite of resources and assets and repurpose them for the highest and best use? So how can I transform any vehicle into a bus? So certainly, smart cities as a term has been appropriated and used however people feel it supports their outcome. And I think that's something we need to be careful about, because we don't want to overemphasize how technology is the solution for everything, because it's by no means a panacea. We have to consider what are the true outcomes we're looking for, and how do we design towards that. And that doesn't just include the technology itself, but the public policy around it, and I think that came up quite a bit in the last panel. So I'm going to start with 4 premises around urban innovation that I believe create a truly smart city. 1, transparency builds trust. 2, accountability builds better services. 3, analysis builds new processes. And finally, open data supports businesses. And I think there's several things that we've already seen happening that many cities that do not credit themselves with being a smart city are already undertaking. And I think the USDOT Smart Cities Challenge last year and then earlier this year was a really great catalyst to kind of shed light on how many cities really see this happening. So the emergence of performance management systems are all of a sudden lifting the curtain on what's happening behind the walls of City Hall by showing and establishing specific metrics that create greater accountability and transparency, but also highlight where the challenges are. And what it does is it forces a conversation not only within City Hall about why are we not meeting our objectives, but it also opens the conversation up with stakeholders in the community. The emergence of open data, I think we've talked about considerably already today, has certainly proliferated over the years. And I think there is great promise in what that means, but it can't just happen with us sharing data out from City Hall. We have to share data from within. So with the work that I did in Los Angeles, while some of the recommendations were very kind of forward-looking and long-term, the near-term goals were really about how do we unlock the data that we currently have and do a better job of sharing it within city departments and across city departments to make greater use of it. And I think this work is really changing the way that we work with everyone, not only within government, but across other agencies at different levels. And it's also creating a new marketplace. I participated in a hackathon very early on in Kansas City, where a small group of people, urban designers and architects, wanted to think about how could we leverage open data, not only at the local level, but at the federal level, to understand how the impact of development would have on the local community. And they built a tool that has now spun off into a company that still pulls on that open data called Planet Impact, with the idea of trying to harness that data and provide real value by putting insight and knowledge into that. And without that translation, open data doesn't provide significant value to a lot of people. I mean, that's the reality. It's just there. So without translating it into something that we can consume and operationalize in our respective lives, it will certainly fall short of what we intend. I think the smart city has also evolved because of the ability for us to harness the assets that we currently have. Here we have garbage bins that can notify you when they're full. In New York City, these garbage bins also can provide Wi-Fi in low-income communities. all of a sudden, something that was a street fixture that we all commonly recognize provides considerable value. And if you think about other assets that we have across the city, like parking meters and other tools like public street lights and things like that, all of a sudden you have a lot of potential resources at your disposal. And then we also have those pocket devices that most of us carry around also acting as sensors. And for being able to harness that information to crowdsource inputs, all of a sudden we can get hyper-local in our understanding of what's happening. A pilot in Louisville, for example, put GPS trackers on inhalers to understand when and where people were having asthma attacks. When they were able then to cross-reference things like traffic and weather conditions and direction of wind over the course of those different attacks, suddenly they were able to correlate where there was the greatest public health risk for people suffering from asthma. By refining our approach to identifying where those problems exist in often very large and complex cities, makes it a lot easier to focus in narrowly and provide resources as needed that can be leveraged more effectively. And I think we also have to think about those mobile assets that we have, thinking about garbage trucks and street sweepers and snow plows and how they can be used to provide real-time inputs. This goes beyond the street bump example that was highlighted at the opening remarks, and looking into how we can use public sector workforce to help us collect information to help provide more situational awareness. But it also helps us improve citizen satisfaction. And I think one thing that we see in a true smart city is the focus on the customer. We are no longer defining processes simply because we've stated a policy outcome and that's how we think we're going to get there, but we create a feedback loop with our customers to understand and augment those processes to adapt. Because sometimes the intended outcomes are not being met because we have created a process that has gotten more muddled and more complicated unnecessarily over time. So we've changed the relationship between you as an individual and your city by giving you access and creating an opportunity for you to provide input into how your city is working, how it's working for you as an individual that's trying to walk to the bus stop or trying to get your garbage picked up, or perhaps is driving around and runs over a pothole. But this also requires a new social contract. What are you as an individual willing to forfeit in terms of personal information to provide information in for the public good? And how would you potentially come to the table with more information if you were asked? And I think the challenge that I've seen, in at least the cities that I've been working with, is that sometimes we just don't ask. I think there's so much concern about privacy and security that we haven't really had an open dialogue about what you're willing to do for your city. So I think that type of conversation is going to continue to emerge, and I think we're going to start to see that play out more and more as cities start to embrace these strategies. And these new approaches to resource management will help build credibility and trust when we have those conversations. So this tool, Windy Grid, was created in the city of Chicago with the goal of understanding in real time what was happening across multiple departments and in terms of city services, and where were their conflicts, where were their challenges in meeting the needs of the community because they were not operationally as efficient as possible. Having this full situational awareness starts to build trust because suddenly the city is aware of when it's not coming up with the right solution and can communicate that out to the community and provide an opportunity for that community to provide input on how to improve. And I think this is the type of thing where we start to get very granular. This is just one representation about how our consumption across cities varies significantly. And if we can start to look at this, we again can be more specific to the hyper-local context and get much more precise in our solutions. This also generates the potential of creating new markets. So the City Energy Project was an opportunity to report commercial energy consumption so that you, as someone looking for real estate to lease for your business, now have a new metric to evaluate in comparing properties as to why you might use one property over another. And I do believe really quite firmly that better data will drive better public policy. So understanding how our public right-of-way is used, for example, can really change the way that we access it. If we use bicycle counters to understand how many people are actually using the roadway as a bike network, we might create new infrastructure to support that where we might not have otherwise. In Paris, for example, using data in real time has actually redefined the approach and process and decision making by creating new tools for urban design. They place sensors and survey tools like kiosks in public squares to ask people how they were using it, while also monitoring traffic flows and kind of the balance of modes and environmental conditions to understand how these spaces were actually being reused so that they could repurpose them to what the demand was and not based on an antiquated design. And this is one example in Chicago where one street went from the maximum flow of traffic through this right-of-way, which was dangerous for others to use, like pedestrians and cyclists, to a more balanced mode, a right-of-way, where all of a sudden we could leverage technology for signal synchronization and other tools to make sure that we make a safer public right-of-way for all users. So while the traffic may have been perceived to have slowed down, it actually didn't make a difference. And in Los Angeles, we occasionally have a couple of events that shut down our roads and create inefficiencies in our system because all of a sudden traditional routes are blocked. So data sharing agreements and partnerships with companies like Google Waze that claim to have about 1 in 4 Angelinos as customers, all of a sudden we're getting out information and broadcasting it to new networks that we couldn't do as a local government ourselves. People are more inclined to consume the data where they are already, and understanding that that's how the customer would like to receive the information better equips us to provide it in that space. The other side of it is that it also reveals the gross inefficiencies in our own internal operations. For instance, we have to send a PDF to an email address where a gentleman in Israel manually enters the road closure into the Google Waze map to close that road. So instead of having an automated process, we are actually moving between multiple departments to share information that should be easily shared. So shedding the light on that type of inefficiency helps us prioritize where we can lean processes and also improve them through further automation. And I think this also introduces the need for greater physical infrastructure that improves our connectivity, and understanding that and prioritizing that as we continue to build our cities becomes very essential. At one point in Kansas City, they value engineered all of the conduit out of the project because it was an easy item to knock off, which basically made it impossible to run fiber in the future or do anything that would create greater connectivity. Fortunately, the timing and the city manager had the vision to be able to open up and say, we got to put that money back in, we got to find out how to make it work, and we were able to support the Smart City initiative. So we know that smart cities are evolving and giving us new kind of the fitness trackers of our cities to really understand kind of what the quality of the local environment is, how things are working, and what the intent. But the problem is that we're not going to ever become a true smart city if we don't bring people along with us. And I think smart cities can truly find new ways of bringing more people to the table. Hackathons have been a great tool to create new conversations around the government about what and how the problems we have can be solved. And by including more people, we can drive more innovation. So I think this has been a really great catalyst for this new sector of businesses that are really focusing on how to bring greater insight into the data that is out there and bringing more people to the table in this collective decision making. And I think by creating new choices, particularly in the mobility space, all of a sudden we have a lot more opportunity for consumers to have a stake in the game and be able to pick things that work for them, because this one-size-fits-all approach isn't going to work. And these changes are reshaping our city and our urban experience. So if you think about not just the physical infrastructure, but your experience in the digital space in your city, suddenly the way that you connect with what's around you and who's around you is completely different. And I think that will drive great economic opportunity. I do want to just quickly pivot to the AV side of the world, because I think what's really interesting here is it isn't just the auto manufacturers and the traditional players in the transportation space that have grasped onto the importance of this technology, but it's other companies like Uber and Apple and Google that have also seen the incredible value in rethinking urban mobility. And with something like 90% of crashes being avoidable, with 38,000 deaths a year that shouldn't be happening in our country, on our public streets, we need to think differently about how we move people. And so I thought a lot about this in the last year because the city of Los Angeles dedicates a considerable amount of property to the very service of the current mode of operations, which is the single occupancy vehicle. And as a county, we dedicate a considerable amount of land to supporting that mode of transportation alone. And in a place where affordable housing is a challenge, wouldn't it be great if we could find a better way to use that space? So thinking about autonomous vehicles and what the potential would be to introduce them at the public transit scale could really change the way that we move. But it also shapes the private side as well, because ownership models are changing, and certainly the supportive infrastructure through parking and other things are fundamentally going to change. I do think that if we don't get out ahead of it, we will miss a considerable opportunity to define what that future looks like. Because if you think about it, you could let your semi-autonomous or autonomous vehicle drive around by itself empty, creating increased vehicle miles traveled, more congestion, increasing more sprawl in our urban environments as we can have satellite parking at the edge of our cities. And all of a sudden, these are not the outcomes that we desire to see. So we as local government need to be at the table, and I applaud the federal government for announcing today its policy guidelines are in this space, because it's a huge opportunity for us to set the standard and create a true market for these technologies to reshape our cities. So I mentioned that I created a plan for the city of Los Angeles to try to develop policy goals for today to create that outcome of better mobility with greater equity and access in our system that can service all members of the community and not just a few. I wanted to kind of just quickly encapsulate what the core outcomes were. The future of data as a service. Government should be acting as a platform for providing better information in real time about our infrastructure so that connected vehicles can communicate in real time with some redundancy in the system, but also provide support and security as well. We can provide considerable information by opening up and unlocking that data in real time, and considering that a core function of the Departments of Transportation in the future will certainly shift the way that we prioritize hiring and resourcing staff. We have very few data analysts in local government. How do we bring that in to government and build that capacity over the next few years as this becomes essential? Then we have to think about mobility as a service. What if we had a single platform and payment mechanism to access a suite of services in your life? What would that look like? And how could we provide that information and that platform as government? If you thought about it, your needs in transportation over the course of a day vary very much. So you may, for instance, be like me and have 2 children that need 2 car seats in the back of the car to go anywhere and are not allowed to ride in transportation network companies' cars because they're just not part of the insurance. So I need to have access to cars that from time to take them to their swim lessons, but I also don't need a car at all during the day because I work from home, or I can walk to my next meeting, or I can take public transit to where I need to go. So having the ability to scale those solutions in real time to my life all of a sudden frees me from this incredible burden of owning a car myself, but having access to everything that I could possibly need to customize to my life. Now, the third proposition, perhaps the most controversial, but in light of the failure of the gas tax to truly meet a provide a sustained resource for supporting our infrastructure, and when you think about the revenues that we get from today's current transportation system, parking revenues, for example, are often funding public safety in cities, or the different vehicle licenses can fund other channels and other services within government. What if we created a model where you pay for the infrastructure based on how you use it? And all of a sudden, road charges, congestion pricing, and other tools, HOV lanes, and local streets, suddenly you create another model that looks more around the actual demand and pays for infrastructure based on how it's used. So we know this is an incredible market that's going to grow over the time at much faster pace than we can even imagine. And I think there's an incredible opportunity here to really think about how we bring the private sector in, not just for-profit, but NGOs and academia as well, to really change the conversation about how cities get this work done. And I think as we think about that, we have to think about how we pay for these projects as well. Because a true public-private partnership entails risks on both sides, but we also have to think about the mechanisms we have in place to fund projects and get them done. This project, which restored the waterfront in Chicago, was entirely privately funded, even though it was led by the city, because of the incredible value it brought back to all of the businesses that were along this waterfront. And I think that's going to create even greater opportunity and open up new solutions that we can't even imagine. In Kansas City, we created 2 different programs, one around the Smart City program that opened up Smart City sensor data to tech companies to explore and test their ideas before they spent a lot of time and effort trying to bring something to market, to give them a living laboratory to explore these ideas. But we also created the Innovation Partnership Program, which invited you to partner with City Hall to bring your ideas to City Hall in an earlier phase to allow you as a smaller startup to really understand and explore your assumptions and to maybe ground truth some of your assumptions. Because one thing I've noticed in navigating public-private partnerships is that while we both might see a shared goal and a shared outcome, how we get there and what we might do to get there could be completely different, and that can cause a huge conflict when navigating. So ultimately, I think cities and smart cities are truly about livability, sustainability, and equity. And it's ultimately about putting people first and technology second. But I think if we can focus on that, technology can be a really powerful tool for us to accelerate the pace of change, to improve our cities, and to make them better for the people that live there. So thank you very much for your time today, and thank you to the Chamber for including me.
Again, good afternoon, everyone, and I'm very delighted to be here with the great panelists here. My name is Mark Carell. I lead for Accenture, our research and development worldwide. So we have like 7 labs. We do applied research. And I want to tell you right away that 3 out of our labs are focusing on artificial intelligence. So artificial intelligence and machine learning is a big hot topic today, very hype. Everyone is talking about it. And I'm surrounded here again by great specialists and experts in their domain who are going to tell us about what artificial intelligence is moving into, okay, how it's going to change our life. But I think more importantly, when you look at the system and how smart they are, we need to ask ourselves how we're going to regulate, how we invent the policies that's going to help us basically to use the systems in a very responsible way, okay? And that involves, data privacy, that involves many topics that we want to discuss today. So I want to start very, very quickly. We have great questions, that we'd like to discuss with the team here. And we have a bit of a surprise in the middle of the panel that you'll see. I think you're gonna be very pleased with that. So first, I'd like to welcome Abigail Slater. She's a general counsel at the Internet Association. It's a trade association that represents 40 of the world's leading internet companies. The Internet Association, she's an advocate for internet intermediaries on public policy issues before the courts and regulatory agencies. Next to Abigail, I'd like to introduce you to Hilary Kane. So Hilary, she's a director of technology and innovation policy for Toyota. She handles policy issues relating to connected and automated vehicles, and that includes all the topics that we love: artificial intelligence, data privacy, cybersecurity, Internet of Things, and counting. And next to me, I'm very pleased to welcome Michelle Lee as Undersecretary of Commerce for Intellectual Property and Director of the United States Patent and Trademarks Office. Mrs. Lee provides leadership and oversight to one of the largest intellectual property offices in the world, with over 12,000 employees and an annual budget of over $3 billion. I want to say one more thing, which I think is pretty remarkable here, is that Mrs. Lee is the first woman to serve as director of the US Patent and Trademark Office in the country's history. Remarkable. So next to me, I have Pedro Domingo, Professor Pedro Domingos. He's a professor of computer science at the University of Washington and the author of the Master Algorithm book. I don't know if you read that book. By the way, I read it myself. I don't have any share in this book. You need to read that book. It's a very good book to introduce you about machine learning and the different disciplines, or we call that tribes, about machine learning. It's a great book. Anyway, he's also a winner of the SIGKDD Innovation Award. You're going to tell me what it is, and I'm going to tell you what it is. It's a special interest group of knowledge discovery and data mining. And by the way, it's probably the highest honor in data science you can get, okay? And he's also a fellow of the Association of the Advancement of Artificial Intelligence. And last but not least, I'd like to welcome Sarah Holland. Sarah is a public policy manager for Google, where she focuses on data and privacy, online safety, emerging technology, and internet law and policy. Prior to joining Google, she served as legislative assistant and senior advisor to US Senator Mark Pryor. So one thing that you see is that it's a very diverse set of panel members. And I love that because we're going to be able to combine questions which are related to private business with public business, also with nonprofit, okay? So first of all, I think the whole panel here has two roles. I mean, we need to discuss about legislation, policies, and everything, but we also have a role to educate you related to artificial intelligence and machine learning. And you might be already expert, or you might not be expert. We feel it's pretty interesting that we hear from the gurus, from the expert, where are we related to artificial intelligence? Where are we in terms of machine learning? Because to be very honest with you, because it's a hot topic, and because I would say it's almost emotional, you know, and there's so much science fiction movies about it, there's so wrong perception of what it is and what it is not, okay? So first of all, I'd like to turn to Professor, I'm going to call him Pedro, because we've been working on this for quite some time. So Pedro, tell me about where are we related to artificial intelligence in machine learning, and why is that so hot right now?
Yeah, so, well, first of all, what is AI, right? AI is getting computers to do the things that traditionally require human intelligence. Think of all the impact that computers have already had, just automating the level thing like doing additions and multiplications. And imagine the impact that they can have if they climb the intelligence ladder and start to do things that are more difficult. Well, that's the goal of AI. But AI is a field that's 60 years old, and it didn't make that much progress for the first several decades. And the reason was that people were trying to program computers to do AI the same way they program to do other things, by writing down all the rules. And that, as it turns out, is basically, you know, impossible. You can't do that. It's too hard. The thing that's really made AI take off in the last decade is machine learning. And the idea in machine learning is that we don't program the computers anymore. The computers actually program themselves by learning from data. And this is an extraordinarily powerful thing. So part of why, you know, AI is so hot today is that now, with machine learning, we can actually start to do a lot of the things that we've wanted to do all along, like having computers that, you know, understand what they see and understand language and understand people and can drive cars and so on and so forth. Part of that comes from, you know, just machine learning algorithms that people have developed, the kinds of things I talk about in my book. Some of it is data, right? If what the computers do now is learn from data, the more data you get, the smarter the computers get as well, with no extra work from us. So we get this amazing assist from just the fact that there's more and more data turning up. And the other one, of course, is in order to process all that data into intelligent behavior, you also need the computing power. But again, this is where Moore's law has helped us. So you combine the new algorithms and the new, you know, machine learning approach to AI with the exponentially growing data and the exponentially growing computing power, and you have the type of revolution that you see today. The other side of it is that because now AI is starting to have a lot of economic impact, a lot of these technology companies, they are investing very, very heavily in machine learning and AI. As a result of which, in terms of research progress, we see more happen now in a year than used to happen in a decade. So we have this, you know, positive feedback loop of more impact, more investment, more impact, and that's what's driving it.
And so you shared with me, I mean, during the preparation, I mean, some staggering numbers of what's going to happen and everything. I mean, you were talking about some numbers related to Intel. And could you tell me a bit more and share with us?
Yeah, sure. I was at an Intel Analytics Summit a couple weeks ago in San Francisco, where an Intel EVP said that, this was in her opening speech, that within the decade, more than half of all computing cycles in the world will be spent on machine learning. So machine learning is not some kind of niche market for information technology. It's the bigger chunk of the market.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for that. Sarah, okay, I know that Google is very serious about artificial intelligence.
Yes.
So tell me more and tell us more about what you guys are cooking and how you see that coming and what you want to do with this.
Well, I just want to echo everything that Pedro just said, but I'd also add the increasing pool of people who are able to research and work on machine learning. I think that's something that is really exciting at Google as well. And I think, with the recent breakthroughs, you're also seeing new research about applications. So we look at it as a new fundamental at Google. It is the backbone to a lot of our products that make them more useful and more accessible. A really good example is spam filtering, right? Something that we all take for granted, but with machine learning powered systems, we're like 99.9% effective on that. Even spam that you maybe hadn't seen before, where previously you had to code that this is spam. And so we're seeing that. We're also seeing really fun examples like Google Photos, where a couple of years ago, computers couldn't really tell the difference between something like a fire truck and a cat. And that was a big breakthrough. That was exciting, right? And now you can search for hugs in Google Photos and actually bring up people hugging. You can sort by different breeds of dogs. And so I think you're seeing a lot of these exciting things. Voice search. The other day I was on Maps and I was driving, and instead of being a distracted driver and looking down and typing in my directions, I was able to use the voice search and find my directions. But it's also beyond Google and beyond just these products becoming more accessible and more useful. I think what's really exciting is being able to use this really incredible, powerful engineering set of tools to big social problems that we have. So we recently partnered with the Gina Davis Institute to do a machine learning powered system to help measure the perception of gender in film that can help counter bias. We've worked with different organizations to help map phishing that can be used to counter trafficking or overfishing. So there's these really nice social good, but it's really just the beginning. And I think that's something, you're talking about the misperceptions, that with all these excitement and all these breakthroughs, we still really are pretty early days. And it's going to be, I think, really exciting to see all the different ways that companies like Google, Toyota, some other members of IA, but also how the government can use this, how nonprofits can use it to really tackle these problems that we hadn't been able to before.
Fantastic. It's a great segue. Oh, Michelle, you want to add something? Please, go ahead.
Step in on the issue of artificial intelligence. If you think about it, it's not surprising that we are where we are now, because as Moore's law decreased the price of computing power, as the price of storage continued to drop, we recorded and we store infinitely more information than we have ever stored before. And if you think about it, what is an exhibition of intelligent behavior? Computers are very good at combing over reams of data, divining and pulling out trends, and therefore making recommendations to the machine learning point. So with decreased price in storage of data, with the recordation of every click, right, every transaction, and with computers' ability to look at all of that and make recommendations, that's the excitement of artificial intelligence and machine learning, versus in the past when the cost of memory and processing power was so high, it was not as attractive. So it's a very exciting time, and I would say that the companies that are sitting on large bodies of data will have a competitive advantage going forward.
Definitely, definitely. Yeah. And we see that, within our business as well. Treating the data of our clients and everything, that's a huge opportunity also to develop extra services. I was working for an oil and gas company lately, and I was discussing with our CTO. What's mind-boggling is discussing with the CTO. He told me, Mark, in the last 5 years only, sensors have been dropping in terms of price. But the thing is that through sensors, they provide 10 times more data than they were providing before. So they're sitting on not 2 petabytes of seismic data management to work with. They're sitting on 10 petabytes of data that they need to do, to manage and everything. So it's really mind-boggling. And I think, as you said, it applies to absolutely every industry, okay? There's absolutely every industry is going to be impacted by this, okay? Great things. I don't know, do you want to comment, Hilary or Abigail?
Yes, so I can jump in. Obviously, from Toyota's perspective, AI comes into play when we're talking about self-driving and automated vehicles, which is an area of just tremendous potential. I share this statistic quite a bit because I think it sort of puts us all in perspective. So more than 35,000 Americans lost their lives in car accidents last year, which is actually more than the year before. So we're actually, unfortunately, in an uptick. If you break that down, that's roughly equivalent to 2 jumbo jets of Americans falling out of the sky every week, right? And if we had 2 jumbo jets of Americans falling out of the sky every week, we'd have hell to pay, right? There would be, it would be inexcusable, and we would be doing everything that we could to remedy that problem. And that's sort of what we're dealing with right now in the traffic fatality space. And 94% of those accidents are attributable to human error. The reality is none of us in this room, but everybody else is a horrific driver. They're terrible drivers. And we have the opportunity to solve this, address this through AI. So that is our play in this space. AI is a critical piece of getting to that sort of self-driving utopia we're all aiming for. If we took everybody in this room or everybody in the city of Washington, D.C., and got in a room and tried to figure out every possible scenario a vehicle could encounter in its 10, 11, 12-year lifetime, we'd do a pretty good job, but we'd miss something. We would miss something. Something would happen in the lifetime of that car that none of us could have anticipated, or maybe we couldn't anticipate it because it doesn't even exist yet. But it will exist before that car is done being on the road, and that's where AI is critical. It's going to need to be able to step in when the car encounters a situation it does not know how to handle, it has not been programmed to handle, and it's going to have to make the best decision in a split second.
Great point. Great point.
So I would just say, summarizing, listening to all of your great speakers here, I would say that as we think about AI in the public policy context, and we will get into this later on in more depth, but just remember the applications, the fun applications, Sarah's hug application, the critical applications are important to consumer safety, the self-driving car, and as we weigh the cost and benefits in the public policy conversations to hold fast to those applications, because sometimes they have a tendency to get drowned out by stronger voices. And I'll leave it at that.
That's a great point. Okay. That's a great point. Thanks, Abigail. So now I'd like to shift gears a little bit. And so we just painted a little bit, artificial intelligence, where we're going and where we are and what's the heart of possible. Now I want to discuss more about, obviously, policies and regulation, because I think that's the heart topic of this panel. And so I'm turning to Michelle. So Michelle, obviously, you have I was reading your CV, a huge experience about some work you've been doing at MIT in terms of research, electrical engineering, artificial intelligence, also at EHP Lab. And I think you have a good also view of private sector versus public sector. So we look at those very intelligent systems and intelligent solutions. They will probably have a massive effect on modern governance, okay? And so I'd like to have your view on, so what the government is doing about it? What we're doing, to address this. I know it's a tricky question.
So I can't speak to the entire government, but I can speak to what we're doing at the United States Patent and Trademark Office. And being a MIT-trained artificial intelligence computer scientist and having come from the Silicon Valley, spending my entire career in tech, I couldn't help but bring some of that to the Patent and Trademark Office. And the Patent and Trademark Office was established in 1790 by George Washington signing the Patent Act. And Thomas Jefferson was one of the first patent examiners, and he kept prior art references, which is what was done in the past, in shoeboxes. Now, thankfully, we have come much further than that. We have online computer databases, but there have been developments in artificial intelligence. I know this, you all know this, especially in the past 10 years. And what I thought is, with all the developments in artificial intelligence, wouldn't our examiners benefit from having a machine do an automated pre-examination search? So before an examiner picks up an application, reads it, goes online and does a search to find what we call relevant prior art references in terms of what was done in the past in order to know whether or not to issue the patent, you can have a computer algorithm or pre-screen, pre-search, present the results to either the applicant or the examiner. They can modify, the applicant can modify the application, or the examiner can be that much, have a head start on the examination than if they didn't have that. So that's one thing we're looking at, which is an automated pre-examination search using artificial intelligence techniques. Another factor that we're doing to modernize our operations, I mean, businesses across the country are using data, big data, and they're analyzing and they're poring over it and how to improve the quality of their product and the services they're providing, making recommendations to consumers on what they can purchase and what's relevant to their needs. We get 600,000 patent applications per year. We have 1 million open patent applications pending. We have 8,400 patent examiners examining patents at any given time. So you can imagine we've got lots of data that we can measure in terms of the quality of our examiner's decision. They make very difficult judgment calls on technical issues, what is new, what is not, and on legal determinations, what's the case law, is this patent eligible or not. So what we're doing is we're using big data techniques, and then we're having the computer comb over the data of all these pieces of work product to determine, are they doing it accurately? Are they applying the law accurately? Are they looking at the prior references when they're issuing or making rulings? And by that, by looking at the big data and drawing conclusions and having us identify trends, we can more precisely pinpoint areas that are perhaps require more training, certain technology areas, certain groups of examiners, and in our mind that leads to a better and more consistent work product across the entire agency, across all 8,400 examiners. So that's another sort of big data modern technique that we're using to modernize and provide a better quality service to our applicants. And also, you can imagine that the United States Patent and Trademark Office's data is some of the most cutting edge in terms of an indication, an early telltale sign of where technological innovation is going. You invent something, one of the first things you're going to do is file a patent application. That's way before you've made a product, you've sold a product, or anything like that. So in the past, you'd had to look at the technology patent application by patent application. Not very helpful. So we've now made our data open to the public, and we are encouraging people to, and we've made a data visualization tool that looks at our data, and you can type in a text like optical networking or something, or whatever it may be, and it will pull up all the areas across the globe where that kind of work and innovation is being done. So it's a visual indication of the competitive landscape. You can determine who's doing research in what area, whether it's in academia, whether it's industry, who you would want to partner with. And then if you fold on top of that funding information, that's a pretty good indication of the trends and the level of activity in any given technology area. And it's also something that we are using that tool to contribute for Vice President Biden's Cancer Moonshot Initiative, which is who's doing critical research in the area of cure for cancer, and who might be collaborating with whom to quickly accelerate that development, and who's funding what efforts, and how might we all work better together to, again, accelerate the cure for cancer. So just some of the technology developments, some AI-based, many machine learning-based, but some of the ways that I like to modernize an agency that has been around for over 200 years.
I love it. I'm sorry, go ahead. Yeah. Okay, good.
You know, to that first point about using AI to help with patent examination, there are actually patents that have been issued by the USPTO for things that were invented by machine learning algorithms. So the learning algorithms actually submitted patent applications for things like, radios, amplifiers, electronic devices, and they were awarded. And here's the thing: is that once this happens, right, the USPTO has no choice but to have AIs examining what AIs produce, right? The only thing that can keep up with an AI is an AI. And in fact, as we get to talk more about laws and regulations and whatnot, I think there's another thing that people need to be thinking in terms of is that, like, if humans are going to make laws about what the machines do, they are bound to miss. What we need to start thinking about is, like, how are we going to design the artificial legislatures and regulators that are going to interact with the artificial systems that the companies are producing.
So if I may, thank you very much, Pedro, for raising that point. If you read the patent statute, it says a person who invents is entitled to a patent unless, right? So it's a person. But you're right. I mean, either it could be a machine-created invention, in which case the agency is going to have to deal with, what if it's a machine-created invention? Who gets the rights to that? Was it the computer programmer who wrote the code? Or was it the owner of the data? So these are all fascinating legal issues that it's just right there, right on the horizon. So thank you for raising that topic. One of the new issues we'll be dealing with.
Very good. And what I like very much with the discussion that we have right now is the fact that you're explaining that you bring, you expose basically some of those machine learning results. I mean, and you visualize that so that people is going to be able to leverage that. I think there's also a connection with, I'd say, crowdsourcing and liquid workforce where people is going to be able to leverage this. I have the feeling that there's a lot of disciplines that we're going to see connected with each other, like artificial intelligence, crowdsourcing, all those capabilities is going to make something which is really unique, where you're going to see like teams that's going to be federated, building up dynamically based on some of the results that you're going to expose.
Yes. So is your point that it will be increasingly interdisciplinary?
Absolutely.
We're already seeing that.
We do.
We're already seeing that.
That's right.
Yeah.
Very good. Okay, great. Okay, so I want to discuss with our friend from Toyota. Okay, so this is a very simple question. I think it's really related more to the private sector here, and then we heard about, I mean, new approaches that we're using, I mean, for managing patents, for discovering patents, and also governance model. I would like to hear from you, okay, when you work on AI technology within Toyota, okay, and that applies to different systems as well as different contexts, okay, in your eyes, should policymakers in your role treat artificial intelligence, progress, or system as equal? Are they all doing the same things, or do you have to grade them or prioritize them, or find, how does it work?
Yeah, so this is I think it's going to be a major challenge for policymakers going ahead, and this is what the challenge is. So AI is a technology that is now cross-cutting in terms of the sectors that it's impacting, right? So you can have AI in the context of agriculture. You can have AI in the context of traditional technology companies. You can have AI in the auto industry. You can have AI in medical device, and healthcare applications. And some of those industries that are using AI fall into the bucket of traditionally heavily regulated industries, and then you've got some of the areas, the industries that are going to be using AI that fall into the not heavily regulated bucket, or not traditionally heavily regulated bucket. And the question I have is whether we are going to treat AI differently when it's being used by a heavily regulated industry versus when AI is being used by a non-heavily regulated industry. And if that's the case, if we're going to apply these traditional regulatory approaches to AI in these different sectors, we risk, I fear, sort of the innovation happening faster in one area and it being sort of stifled in those more heavily regulated. So I think we're going to have to struggle with that. I think policymakers are going to have to struggle with that. And we could take it sort of a step further and say, okay, well, that won't apply. Instead, let's do those AI applications that have sort of safety of life implications and those that don't. For example, in a car, you could use AI in your multimedia system, or you can use AI, in your the functioning of the vehicle, the driving of the car. And should it be treated differently if if Toyota is using it in terms of its multimedia versus its vehicle operations? But I do think it's something that we have to struggle with. It doesn't just apply to AI, it applies to a lot of other policy areas that we're dealing with now as we see them sort of go beyond your sort of traditional tech sector into these other sectors and industries.
Okay, that's clear. No, I understand that. Okay, that's good. Now, okay, so we talk about more governance view and especially like organizations. I want to hear from you, Abigail, if you think about it. And so your associations, looking at all those new systems, coming up and everything, and big push from Google, big push from all those different companies, how basically your associations is just like interacting and working together to ensure that basically at the end, we defend the consumer, we help our people basically, to embrace this technology without being, breached in terms of their privacy, in terms of all those different things. How does it work?
So I can think there's a couple of roles for traditional and non-traditional trade associations to play. Let me start with the traditional. And first of all, I should take a step back here and give a shout out to the Chamber. What you've created here in this room is, I would describe as a pop-up internet conference at the Chamber of Commerce, which we all know was founded in 1912, 1913. It's really something. So kudos to Tim Day for your leadership in doing this, and to the whole team here. So as a non-traditional trade association, I can speak to that. So we're the new kids on the block. We were founded in 2012, and so not quite up there with the Chamber yet, working on it. And speaking for 40 internet companies and for a part of the economy that's, let's say, less regulated than other parts of the economy. So as we see it, there's a role for us, also for the chamber, and I could sum it up in 3 words. It's education, education, education. As far as we can, interface with public policymakers across the spectrum here in this town, to talk to them in a meaningful way about what AI is, and more importantly, what it is not. It's not an army of human cyborgs. But understanding that, as our friend from Morning Consult explained to us earlier on today, there are demographics in our population that are seriously scared of AI. And that's something that we have to live with, and the burden is on associations like ours to educate around that demographic. I think he said something like 80% of folks over a certain age are truly concerned about AI, and so we have to. The burden's on us to alleviate those fears. And I think another way that we can be helpful. The Chamber's been doing this for a very long time now. Is talking about. AI standardization. Like any nascent technology, it's in need of interoperability. The internet is built around interoperability. Interoperability requires standardization. And there's a long-standing recognition in this country, other countries, jurisdictions less so, that standardization works best when it's consensus-driven, when it's private sector-driven. And this has long been the position of the Chamber. The Chamber is a thought leader on this issue. And so that's an example of the kind of role that trade associations can play at the early stages of a technology like AI. And I think I alluded to this earlier, another place where we can be helpful is in engaging in policy conversations where people are doing their cost benefit, and this is like mainstream across all of the policy spaces, that we are the folks speaking for the benefits of a technology. And the benefits here I talk about are both the direct and the indirect benefits. The direct economic benefit that comes from AI deployment. Again, we're in the early stages, but we earlier this summer submitted comments to the White House alongside many others in this room, and relied on an analysis report from a group of economic consultants. And at the conservative end of their range, they're talking about AI deployment creating economic value of, I think it was $1.5 trillion globally over the next 10 years. And that's a lot of zeros. That's a lot of growth. It's a lot of jobs. It's a lot of good things. And so it's incumbent on us to raise those benefits in conversations with policymakers. And then I think I would stop with those 3 buckets where we can usefully play a role.
That's pretty
and
good,
if I could, I had asked permission to do this earlier. So Director Lee has talked about the great work that they're doing at the USPTO, and my marching orders today are to not leave this stage without congratulating the director on the 5th anniversary of the America Invents Act, which was, as you all know, a very significant overhaul and modernization of the patent system in this country. And so the tongue twister of the day, and I pray I get this right, is that I am here from the IA, the Internet Association, the IA, to congratulate Director Lee on the passage of the AIA 5 years ago at a panel to talk about AI.
All right. This is on stage, this is now, and this was not prepared. All right, very good.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I like very much the tone that we're shifting a little bit. I mean, I know there's a lot of concerns related to artificial intelligence system and this technology and everything, the fear that people will lose their jobs and everything. There's a lot of discussion there. I'm a believer, in positive technology, and I know that we'll find out how we can regulate that properly and everything. My fear, my belief is just the fact that artificial intelligence is going to create more jobs and it's going to give more opportunities to people. And I'm going to give the words to Sarah, who's going to talk about it. But before that, this is a little surprise that I wanted to make to you guys. I mean, it's like, I want to roll a small video of how artificial intelligence, and especially Google Translate, can really change the world, and how artificial intelligence and machine learning will make a big difference to human beings. Let's please roll the video.
احنا ماشيين هسه على المي.
كل عدو متحد.
انا اكيد جيت من سوريا من محافظة درعا. طلعت انا وزوجتي وولادي، كان الوضع شوي خطير بسوريا وكان الوضع مش امن. صراحة اثناء دراستي ما عرفت شيء عن كندا.
After the village that they lived close to was bombed, Imad and Razan packed all their things in a taxi and they fled. When they arrived, they spoke no English.
The children, they've had some very painful experiences. They want to overcome that initial fear that they won't know how to communicate because they want to fit in.
You're new and this is a totally new place and trying to figure things out. There's a lot of shyness and apprehension. The biggest thing that we run into when students come from another country is they're going to struggle because they don't have the language background.
Hamoudi, what do you like to learn in school?
ماذا تريد أن تتعلم في المدرسة؟
Right.
You like to write?
Yeah.
Arabic goes the other direction. So using Google Translate has helped because it actually puts it the other direction for them.
With the language development, the biggest change is their confidence level.
Come in bed.
Now, when they can put a sentence together, they're very proud.
Hey, my name.
They've gotten more comfortable, but it's a work in progress.
مش كل شيء عم بيفهموا، مش كل شيء، بس هم مبسوطين.
What's your favorite snack?
ما هي وجبة خفيفة المفضلة لديك؟
Pizza.
Pizza, that's a good snack.
I have to say I'm always speechless, I mean, when I watch this kind of video. So, I mean, I think you're really embarking more in a mission than anything else, I mean, when you see this kind of video. So, Sarah, I would like to hear from you. I mean, when we see this kind of video and when we see all the benefits that can be brought up by artificial intelligence, how you see Google evolving into the work they're doing and into basically building these new systems, and how they're gonna collaborate with you know, associations, also the government and everything, to make sure that what we see here is something that's going to be really used properly, that we will not breach into data privacy of people, but like we really leverage artificial intelligence for what I call tech for good. How are we going to do that?
That's a really good question, and it's a big mission.
I know.
I think that video is one step. When Gail was talking about the need to educate people about what artificial intelligence and machine learning is and what it isn't, I think it's still pretty new, and it can sound kind of scary. And so really putting it in the context of things like Translate, which is machine learning powered, and the fact that that can translate 103 languages and have bilingual conversations, to do word lens, to help us navigate the world, but also, you know, make being a refugee a little bit easier, I think is an incredible story to leave behind with people. So I think it's the education first and foremost. And we do tech talks here in DC to try to bring people in, have some of our senior engineers come in and basically explain, you know, what this is and how this works, and what we see as some of the benefits, both for us, but also everyone, because you know, I think it's a really good point that any company, any person, any organization can be an AI company, person, or organization, and I don't want that to be left behind. It's not just us. We're investing significantly in it, but it's really for anyone. There's a really great story of somebody who used our open source platform called TensorFlow. He's a cucumber farmer, and I don't know if you know a lot about cucumber farming, but let me educate you a little bit.
You still have 15 minutes.
I still have 15 minutes. So you have to sort cucumbers, right? Or you do to get the maximum value for the really good cucumbers, of course. And this farmer in Japan, you know, he was seeing his aging mother like sort these cucumbers, and he thought, there's got to be a better way to do this. So using the open source platform, some cheap computing power like Raspberry Pi, he built his own system to automatically sort cucumbers, right? That's one person who did that, which is kind of a neat story. And so I think that's another thing. It's collaboration with other companies, because the success of AI that we're seeing today is because it has been collaborative and there have been open norms. So it's supporting research with academic institutions, it's hosting visiting faculty, sponsoring research, it's us doing our own research, it's publishing that, engaging in conferences, it's engaging in things like the White House request for comment on artificial intelligence. It's a lot of those things, and I think it's just helpful to demonstrate that this is really, really, really important to get right because we're really at the beginning. And there's so many different ways that people can leverage this technology for good, but we have to be very careful to mitigate the risks that can come from that. And so I think it's also on us, and it's something that we're doing to engage with civil society. So people who can raise these concerns, who can help spot some of the risks and making sure that we're doing what we can to mitigate those.
That's a great answer. Well,
Thank
you
you
very much. So one thing that is very important to understand is that, okay, so we discussed about where is artificial intelligence, what we're doing, how we're going to be providing some policies and new approach related to a governance model and everything. I think what's important to also to understand is that where are we going? So Pedro, I mean, I'd like to hear from you. I mean, it's just like you started basically the whole panel. I'd like to hear from you some perspective. So let's say like in 10 years' time, and I know that in your book, I mean, you're talking about combining basically different machine learning algorithms together. And we have a friend from Toyota here. I know you have a competitor that talk about the ultimate driving machine. And I know that Pedro is talking about the ultimate learning machine. So I'd like to understand exactly this ultimate learning machine. What is it going to be? And again, how are we going to, I mean, we're going to leverage it and integrate that basically in the society?
Well, the ultimate learning machine already exists. It's the one inside your skull.
Right. Good point.
That is the ultimate learning machine. There's nothing better in the universe, right? So one of the ways in which we try to do machine learning is by emulating the brain, right? It's like by building what are called neural networks. So this is one approach, is to have algorithms that emulate the brain. Another approach is to emulate another amazing learning algorithm, which is evolution, right? Evolution basically created all of life on Earth. Another one is to do hypothesis testing and construction like scientists do. Another one is to do Bayesian statistics, and as somebody was mentioning before. And another one is to do reasoning by analogy, something that we humans do a lot in daily life, right? We find similar situations to the new one. And each of these paradigms in machine learning has certain things that it's good for, but other things that it isn't very good at. So what we in the research labs are working on today is in unifying all of these into a grand unified theory of machine learning that can do all of these things at the same time. A little bit like, in physics, there's, they're searching for the grand unified theory. They've unified electricity and magnetism and light into electromagnetism, and then strong and, weak nuclear forces, but they're still missing gravity. We are trying to do something similar in machine learning. And I think there's a very good chance that we will succeed within the next 10 years. And this is going to have huge consequences for, all of technology and all of the economy and all of society, because we will actually at that point be able not only to do the things that human beings do today, but to do things that we can't even very well imagine right now. So as this happens, right, this is the thing that's kind of like actually hard for people to get their heads around, is that we've made a lot of progress in AI, but we've come 1,000 miles, but there's 1,000,000 more miles to go. We are still very, very far from human level intelligence, but the progress keeps accelerating. So that 1,000,000 miles will not take us another 100 years to get there. It'll take much less. So as these things happen, like everybody else needs to kind of like be, like from entrepreneurs to business people to policymakers, everybody needs to kind of like, and again, it's like what people already said, there is nothing in the world to which you cannot apply machine learning. It goes to different sectors at different times, partly because of the economics and the type of data that they have and whatnot. But in the end, machine learning is going to percolate to everything. And the companies that are more advanced in the use of AI, the notable thing about it is that people know about Google using machine learning for search, or Amazon using machine learning for product recommendations. But they also use machine learning in every nook and cranny of what the companies do. So this is what we're going to see happen. And of course, people, it's natural that people will be concerned with things like, well, is this going to, there's this report that says like half of all jobs are at risk. Well, the truth is AI is going to create way, way more jobs than are going to disappear. Just think of the following. 200 years ago, over 90% of Americans were farmers. And then farming was automated, and then, and then they were all unemployed, right? No. 2% of people are employed in agriculture today. The other 98%, and by the way, the population has grown, right? And women have joined the workforce, et cetera, et cetera. They're doing all sorts of other things. Like, for example, there are millions of people today who earn a living developing apps. That job description did not exist 10 years ago, and it was unimaginable 100 years ago. Likewise, AI is going to create a lot of jobs that we can't even imagine today. and some that we can imagine. Like, for example, the thing that really limits, just one example, the use of computer science today is that only people with a very particular type of mind can be computer scientists. Anybody can, the beauty of computer science is that your imagination is the limit to what you can create. Programming a computer is setting up a universe that behaves the way you want it to behave. And anybody should be able to do that. The problem is that today, then you have to go and write the program to do that. And you have to be a particular, like OCD kind of nerd who get all those details right, People like me, unfortunately, right? But as computers get smarter and are able to understand natural language and interact with people more, everybody will be able to program computers. It won't be 1 million people programming computers, it will be 1 billion. So there'll be 1 billion jobs instead of 1 million, and the progress will be correspondingly faster. So this is the kind of thing that we have to envision as we see the impact that AI is going to have on the world. The other thing is that it's going to enable, right? So when automation lowers the cost of things, so it makes more of them possible. And it increases the demand for the complementary things. And even for the things that people can now afford that they couldn't before, right? We often say like, oh, we cannot turn truck drivers into programmers. Well, that's a completely, the wrong idea. Because let's say that the job of truck driver disappears, right? Well, then people have more money because goods cost less to transport. And then maybe they spend that money on eating out, on a better house, And for example, there'll be jobs for construction workers, which, by the way, it's a lot harder to automate construction work than it is to automate the work of a lawyer or a doctor. So a lot of this is not going to play out the way that people think it's going to play out. And I think, at the end of the day, most jobs will neither appear nor disappear. They will be transformed. We will still be doing our jobs, but we will be doing them differently because the computers are going to be doing the more routine parts. Well, automation is like, it's like having a horse, right? You don't try to outrun a horse. You ride the horse, and therefore you go farther.
Yeah, so anytime, our country and our society has seen this time and time again. Anytime there's major technological disruption, it does shift in terms of skill sets and so forth. But that's really the jobs of all of us, right, and including the administration, is to make sure that as we transition to a new technology, our population base has the skill sets that they need to survive in the next century or the next few decades. And that's why also President Obama, while it is more difficult to program now and perhaps than it will be in the future, President Obama has an initiative to teach all high school kids to code. Right? And so these are the things that we need to be doing. We need to be educating our kids in STEM. We need to be giving them computer science training and knowledge and so forth. Hopefully one day writing a computer program will be infinitely easier. But if we're putting human value to its highest potential use, that's what we should be aiming for. And then the rest we need to have social programs and educational programs to adjust, but hopefully the rest will accommodate and take care and assimilate to that point where we're really adding that much more value where we need to add value. But it's not, we've seen this with every technological disruption we've experienced.
I agree with you, Michelle.
So if I could jump in, I agree with everything that's been said. At the same time, I'm not convinced that that gives much consolation to truck drivers and delivery drivers and cab drivers and those sort of in our space who feel like they're on the cusp of potentially being out of work. And one thing I think it's important, and this is something that we've been struggling with a little bit at Toyota, is not all AI is treated. Not all AI is the same, right? And there are different ways of doing AI, and there are some that maybe will have more impact on jobs in the short term than others. For example, we're working at Toyota on 2 different types of autonomy. One is what we call the chauffeur mode, which is what it sounds like, right? You get in the car, you tell the car where to go, it does all of the work. The other mode, which is equally important, something we're working on in parallel, is what we call guardian angel mode. It is also AI. It is basically the same AI as that we would use in chauffeur mode, but it's basically there is a driver and they are driving and the AI is monitoring, and when the AI encounters something that the driver is having a hard time handling, it steps in and fixes the problem. And I'm not saying one is better than the other. We're working on both of them. We'll let the market decide, sort of where this is all going to shake out. But certainly, guardian angel mode AI in terms of vehicles will save as many lives as the chauffeur mode, but may not have as much of an impact on that sector of the workforce in the short term. But there's trade-offs, and the trade-off is chauffeur is what gets, the access to mobility, that is another aim of self-driving cars, right? For disabled and elderly and those who are currently limited in their ability to get around because they cannot drive, the Guardian Angel mode doesn't help them very much. And so the trade-off is if we go with the Guardian Angel mode, we don't get the access to mobility piece that's also very important. But anyway, I just think it's important to note that there's sort of, parallel autonomy and series autonomy, if I'm getting these right, and not all AI is one or the other. So.
That's a great point. Abigail, you want to comment on this?
Not on this one.
Okay, so
by the way, let me just add one thing to that. Which I think has to do directly with what you're talking about, which is that AI is not a single thing.
Right.
And therefore, it can also not be regulated as a single thing.
Right.
Right? Regulating AI is a little bit like regulating electricity. Well, I mean, electricity is just used for everything.
Right.
There will be different regulations that are appropriate to different uses. Right? For example, drones can use AI, and much of the same AI that actually self-driving cars use, but they're very different things.
Yes.
And so we need to think about them differently. Even within a single system, like a car or a city, there are many different uses of AI, each of which really needs to be thought of in its own right. So in some ways, just thinking of it all under the blanket term of AI is actually kind of leading us down the wrong path. What we do things like, in this particular application, right, if it's aviation, well, that's something for the FAA to deal with. If it's, transportation, then it's something for, the NTSB to deal with, right? So that, I think, is the right setting to think about AI, as opposed to what can we say about AI as a whole? Because there isn't that much that we can say about AI as a single uniform
And that's
thing.
right, because the consequences for an error in one context are very different for the consequences of error in another context, right? If I'm scanning my groceries through the checker and they know what it is and they know my buying patterns, if there's a mistake, it's not a big deal. But if it's an aviation type error, it's a big deal. So appropriately so, I think.
Exactly.
Although I'll just jump in. The challenge we have there, though, is that assumes that all of these agencies do have or will have sort of AI expertise in-house to be able to regulate that space accordingly. And I think that is going to be a really key challenge going forward, is finding the right people to go into these agencies to have that experience and expertise to be able to apply and sort of understand and apply their understanding to this policy space.
We learn about civil engineering and everything, and that will be also something that people need to grow with and to learn, and we're going to have more and more AI experts, in the field, like we have developers and so forth.
Yeah.
So,
Abigail.
Yeah, so can I say, what I think I'm hearing is we have various verticals, and there's different issues that go with each vertical. There's the transportation, there's the health piece, and we can go across the economy.
Yeah.
And then we have this general purpose technology, AI, that's being applied across the top of the verticals. But I do want to speak to some of the general purpose regulations that we have too. And so there are horizontal regulations, regimes in this country, and I don't want to lose sight of them completely. And so as we were preparing to talk yesterday, Mark, we talked about an area that's near and dear to my heart. I spent 10 years of my career there, the Federal Trade Commission, which has taken a general purpose statute. So it has this 100-year-old statute, God bless them, and it gives them a broad authority to go after unfair practices, deceptive practices in commerce in this country. It's a pretty broad statute. I would call that a framework statute. And it's horizontal. It's not sector specific. And so as we think about AI, yes, we will have specific problems specific to verticals, but we also have horizontal issues, and I would say that the FTC will play a role there. We heard from a commissioner earlier today. It's a general purpose role to protect consumers. They've been doing it for 100 years. They've adapted their framework and their thinking as the economy has evolved over that time. And so I don't want to lose sight of that either.
I think that's a good point.
Okay.
And we discussed that yesterday. Yeah. We need to reuse the history and what we learned from the past, to adapt that to what's happening today. And I think that's it. Yep.
Just one quick point. There are some cross-cutting issues, and I think some lessons to be learned. Here's one example, right? The EU has a law that says that data cannot be used for any purpose. Data can only be used for the purpose that it was gathered for. This sounds like a very benign idea, but it's actually a terrible idea, right? It sounds like a benign idea because it's protecting people from uses of their data, but the problem is, if you really take that law to the letter, that actually makes most of science go overboard. Like, you wouldn't have antibiotics if they could only be, because Fleming would have had to throw away his dirty Petri dishes because he was gathering that data for a different purpose, right? So, like, there's enormous value in using data for unexpected purposes. And this, I think, is a very good example of how a very well-intentioned idea can actually wind up having very negative effects. And, there's a whole bunch of examples like that, but I think we need, in answer to your point, partly it's our job, the AI experts, to try and talk to the people, at agencies, at businesses. They don't have to become AI experts necessarily, but there's a level of, understanding. It's like driving a car, right? Only the mechanics and the engineers need to understand how the engine works. But everybody needs to understand how to use the steering wheel and the pedals. The problem is that today, it's that even the consumers, right? People don't even know what the steering wheel and pedals of machine learning algorithms are. And that they should know. How the engine works inside, they don't have to. But I think it's partly our job to get out of our shell and actually talk with people so they know these things.
Thank you, Pedro. So Sarah, you'll have the last word, and after we have to take a couple of questions. Go.
I just wanted to thank Pedro for bringing up this idea, this concept of serendipitous use of data, which I think is so important, especially when you think about artificial intelligence and machine learning. And so I think it's kind of what Gail was saying, that you have these great statutes that already exist that can be applied. This isn't something that necessitates the reinvention of the wheel, that this is really a natural evolution of the technology we have today. And I think that's a really good framework to leave this conversation on, is that with the issues that you talked about, the idea of responsible use, of ethics, of privacy, of safety, of things like that, these are issues we've been grappling with since the creation of the Chamber of Commerce, since the creation of the IA a little more recently. And we're dealing with those, and we can solve those through discussions around artificial intelligence and machine learning. But it's easy to get wrapped up in the new, and this is new and exciting, but it's still evolving, and we can really work with these systems to counteract and mitigate some of these risks. But it's exciting, but it's also a lot of the same in terms of the public policy challenges.
Thanks, Sarah, and thanks every members here. I mean, I told you it was very hot topics. I just received this no time for Q&A. I'm really sorry for that, but I think it was a great and lively discussion. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. Michelle, thank you so much.
Hey, we're going to go and get started. My name is Stan Humphreys. I'm Chief Analytics Officer and Chief Economist for Zillow Group. I'm going to be talking this afternoon about a couple different things about what we do at Zillow. The first is how we use technology and data and how we have over the years to transform real estate. And the second is how we've tried to use those data and analytic assets that we've created over the years to contribute to kind of return them to the community through open data efforts and what's hopefully kind of a larger social good. So I'm going to tell that story in kind of two parts. The first part I'm going to talk to you about is kind of the evolution of how we've tried to transform real estate with technology and data. And I think probably the best way to start that story, the first part, is by talking about the visual metaphor that we used when we were starting up Zillow back in 2005. And that visual metaphor was that we used as kind of our animating vision for what we wanted to achieve, was one of a dark room. We kind of pictured real estate at that time as being basically a dark room where what would happen is that various professionals from time to time would engage with a consumer and would shine a flashlight in some corner of the room, and you would maybe see this home or set of homes over here, and then maybe someone else would shine. So maybe it was a real estate agent, maybe it was an appraiser, maybe it was a government official at the assessor's office. Maybe someone else would shine a light over in some other corner of the room and allow you to see another set of homes. And these little snapshots like that came in the form, it's hard, I think, to picture what life was back in 2005, but try to remember, in 2005, literally, what these snapshots consisted of were that you might get a postcard in the mail from someone that said, hey, these were recent homes that sold in the neighborhood around us. If you're interested in selling your home, then contact me. That was the kind of snapshot you were getting back in 2005. And what we wanted to do was, instead of having this flashlight shown in different parts of the room from time to time by different people, we felt that the consumer really just wanted to go find their way to the wall and find the light switch and kind of flip on the light switch so that they could see the entire room all at one time and see everything that was there. And everything to us meant that you could see for sale by agent homes, for sale by owner homes. You could see rentals. You could see homes that had gone through bankruptcy or foreclosures. You could see homes that had recently sold. So, it's hard to imagine, because I think data, particularly real estate data, because we've been so successful, I think many times it's hard for people to flash back. But prior to Zillow coming along, you could not find those different pieces of inventory all on one website. There were websites that would show you for sale by owner in one place. There were other websites that would show you for sale by agent, and neither of those websites would usually show you rentals. Not usually, would never show you rentals at the same time. And recently solds were really only available if you were to go down to the county courthouse and look through a big book at the county recorder's office and look for sales there. So that's what life was like in 2005. What we wanted to do was kind of turn on the lights and allow people to see every bit of information that was out there. So initially, kind of our task at Zillow was one of data collection, kind of finding where all that data resided in more than 3,000 different counties, aggregating that data together, cleaning it, and presenting it in a visually compelling way to help people make decisions. And you know, in information theory, kind of something we talk about a lot at Zillow, and certainly started to talk a lot about in the early days, was this concept of information theory that many of you may be familiar with, this concept of the different value components, the value chain within data. So the very basic form of it being data itself, which are just facts about the world. So something like a home price by itself is a data point. You know, the next step in that taxonomy is information. Typically, information is thought about as being a data point that has some context associated with it. So maybe that context is space, where it is in space, or time. So a home sale for a given neighborhood on a given date, that's a piece of information. That gives you a lot more to work with. And then the third step of that taxonomy, the third stage of that taxonomy, is variously referred to as insight or knowledge. It's when you add not just a context to a piece of information, but generally you add an application or a usage scenario. So you're actually trying to solve a decision-making process when you get to an insight or knowledge type of question. And you know, those knowledge types of questions generally do involve some type of inference, prediction, oftentimes substantially more sophisticated than data and information questions. So after we had gathered together all the data from all these different counties and put that on a map and tried to help kind of create information transparency in our first iteration of Zillow, we then immediately set about trying to move up that value chain of information, so moving from data to information to insight. And you know, example of how we moved into, you know, pushed to information products would be, you know, one of our first products after we created kind of those maps and valuations was a housing index, where back in 2005, if you wanted to understand what was generally happening to home prices in your area, then you might refer to a median sale price, which maybe you got from a local MLS board, maybe you got it, you know, semi-annually every 6 months or a year. They would say, well, this is what happened at this metropolitan area, home prices kind of went up. Or if you were really sophisticated, you might have access to a Case-Shiller index, which is an index that was computed every 3 months, quarterly, for the top 20 markets is what you could publicly get access to. So that would be like, you know, here in DC, for the entire metropolitan DC area, you could learn every 3 months what was happening to home prices in that entire geography, which, you know, for most of you who maybe live in DC, that's kind of an absurd idea that you would be painting a brush with the entire Metro DC as opposed to thinking about what's happening in Adams Morgan versus Potomac versus Anacostia. The home price trends are very different in each of those areas, and you had no ability to understand that. So one of the first information products we worked on at Zillow was a home value index, which was computed every single month all the way down to the zip code level. And, you know, today, kind of the lineage of that is all this open data that we provide, where we provide 45 different metrics in 133 different market segments in 70,000 different regions. So it's that rich of a data experience that we created. An example of where we kind of went to the next level of that, of working on an insight question, was something that Zillow has kind of become known for, which is home valuations, which at Zillow we call the Zestimate. Also, we have what we think the house will rent for, which is called a rental estimate. And you know, that's a product that's more in the insight category, because that's a product that leverages you know, a lot of machine learning and artificial intelligence to create that. and is substantially more sophisticated, but allows people to make some really interesting decisions about kind of the general prevailing price of a home, be able to compare homes quickly, understand what it might be able to sell for, and whether if you're a buyer, if that selling price might be in the same ballpark. And that was a product that we came out with very early in our iteration at Zillow. And over the years, that product has become increasingly more sophisticated. If you look at the error rates on the Zestimate, when we launched, we were about 14.5% median error. Today, we're about 5.4% median error. So a valuation which is very accurate prediction for what that home will actually sell for in the open market. Today, Zillow Analytics is a team of about 100 data scientists, machine learning engineers, analysts, economists that work on these types of problems and trying to apply advanced technology to new sources of data in order to create applications. And like the panel before I got up talking about AI and machine learning, this is something that we do really at very large scale at Zillow. A lot of those people are engaged in oftentimes collaboration with the universities and other academics and cutting edge work trying to do things like deep learning on image data, pulling data out of unstructured kind of textual data, a number of things that we think long term are going to bring even more value and allow real estate consumers to make better decisions. So I think that's a little bit of kind of the technology and kind of data evolution at Zillow. I think what we've been able to achieve there with the application of advanced technology to new forms of data is no mean feat. I think that what's even probably more remarkable is what we've done with all those data assets which we created, which namely is we've given it all away for free, where it's free to use Zillow. Most people are familiar with the consumer experience. If you go to Zillow.com, you can search for homes and get valuations and find housing indices and everything you need to, we think, make a better real estate decision for free. So most people are familiar with that. What they're less familiar with is the fact that we also give away all that aggregate and underlying data as well. So as I mentioned before, that's 45 different housing metrics and 133 different housing in different segments. So things like single family residences versus condos, low end tier versus high end tier in terms of prices, and for 70,000 different geographies. And who uses that data? That free and open data that we provide back out to the community is used by, at this point, governments, banks, hedge funds, the Federal Reserve, academics. Every week you will read a paper that's replicating some small data analysis that was done years ago with a full data set that's provided by Zillow and showing either refuting the findings or confirming those findings, but doing so on the basis of a much larger data set, which we are excited about kind of being part of that scientific process there. It's been a very exciting part of that. I would say that, so it's that provision of open data, which we do a lot of. I think another kind of great example of what we've been able to achieve there would be last year in Seattle, we hosted in partnership with the White House and the Department of Housing and Urban Development and the University of Washington, the largest hackathon on housing-related issues that's ever been held. We contributed our open data with some new data sets that HUD made available, and we're able to bring hundreds of software engineers and data scientists together to work on problems. The focus of that particular housing hackathon was problems related to veterans finding housing and less affluent households finding either homes to purchase or to rent, or that would be taking Section 8 housing vouchers as well. So that was a very successful hackathon, entirely powered by our open data. We were also in the first online company to hire an economic research team, today numbering about 15 people who are exclusively focused not on internal research, although we have a lot of economists that do internal research, but entirely focused on external research. So taking our data and other data sets that are related to that in the housing space and helping people better understand what's happening in the housing market in terms of trends, market dynamics, and a number of other issues that are important to policymakers. Two areas I'd highlight there are two areas that the Economic Research Group has done a lot of work in that has been very important in a policy realm. The first would be our work around rental affordability. About 3-4 years ago, we felt there was a real lack of a comprehensive data set to understand what was happening with rents in America, and we felt that anecdotally, if you would talk to people, it seemed as though rental affordability was a big issue, but it was hard to systematically study that issue because of the lack of data. So we created a data set which is the most comprehensive rental index, comprehensive both covering most geographies in the United States and about 20 years of time to help understand what's happening with rental affordability, and then did a bunch of research kind of highlighting the fact that there is a real crisis of rental affordability in this country being driven by our inability to get the mechanisms correct that are providing affordable housing units into the marketplace. While we're doing a great job providing market rate rental units, less of a great job providing units that are affordable to a lot of Americans. So the second area I'd highlight that we've done in the economic research group that's been policy relevant is our work around the association between negative equity and wealth inequality. So obviously wealth inequality has been something that has been has been top of mind for a lot of policymakers, particularly on the national front, for a couple of years. We, several years ago, really conducted some groundbreaking research around better ways to compute negative equity, which of course is the situation you might find yourself in if your mortgage is, if your outstanding balance on your mortgage is higher than what you could sell the house for, then you would be in negative equity or upside down on your mortgage. We did some groundbreaking research to actually be able to measure negative equity at the household level. And then aggregate that up, and that allowed us to be able to slice that data set in ways that were unimaginable before, and allowed us to be able to really tie the correlations between what was happening in the housing market to those that are happening in the labor market, and in terms of overall wealth distribution in the U.S. For example, being able to highlight the fact that you're 3 times more likely to be in negative equity if you are in the bottom 1/3 of your housing market in terms of price. So those homeowners who are in homes that are in the bottom 1/3 of the distribution for any given market in the country are 3 times more likely to be in negative equity than those in the top 1/3 of the housing market. And that has a real implication, of course, for the foreclosure rates and for the amount of wealth that those households are carrying. So that's an example of where we've gotten involved in kind of providing our open data out to the community and also contributing with our own economist and economic research to answer that question. So, I think when I guess when you think back now to, where we started out in 2005, I would say that, we feel that we really have made real strides towards kind of turning on the lights in the big dark room that was real estate, or that we thought about real estate being back in 2005. Through the application of kind of advanced technology onto new sources of data, we've been able to provide analytic products that we think have really increased transparency in the real estate market and allowed people to make better decisions. I think we've also tried to, in many cases, think outside the box in terms of what users really want. I think, as I think back to what we did with home valuations, what became the Zestimate, those grew out of, early conversations with consumers that we would bring in, and we would show them all the data we had aggregated together on a map, and they would just be dumbstruck by the access to all that information. And one of the things we observed was that they would immediately, a lot of them would start to scribble down numbers, and we'd be like, what are you jotting down there? And they would be jotting down the sale prices for homes that had recently sold near their house and the square footage. And then, what they were trying to do is they were trying to back into what that home might be worth, either homes that they were thinking about buying or homes they were thinking about selling. And that was the kind of the light bulb moment for what became the Zestimate, where we thought, well, we can apply machine learning and AI to that problem to do it a lot more effectively than you just doing the napkin math, there. And we realized that we are observing the consumer, and we think they're trying to get from A to C, with C being this information transparency and being able to access all this information. And actually the user's trying to get to E, which is a valuation on their home, which involves a lot more sophistication after they've gotten those home prices themselves. And sometimes we think of the process, another kind of touchstone we talk about internally is Henry Ford's famous quote, where he talks about, if I'd asked people what they wanted, they would have said a faster horse. And of course, Henry Ford's genius was not being constrained by what people thought they wanted or what they expressed what they wanted, but instead being able to imagine what was fully possible and to deliver that as a way to answer people's needs more fully than even what they think is possible. So I think with that, I'm going to stop. I wanted to leave a little bit of time for Q&A if there is any. So thank you very much. Questions? Yeah, right here. What's that? 9 years old? 10 years old as of February, yeah.
So when did you guys realize that data was going to be the thing?
When did we realize that data was going to be the thing?
Yeah.
Well, okay, I would say we realized that when an early effort, this was back in 2005, housing market was fantastic. We thought real estate was ripe for some revolution, and we were the people to bring that revolution. But we got the revolution, we got the contours of the revolution a little bit wrong. We thought the housing market was so hot that surely, we were very analytical, as you could probably imagine. We thought auctions, everyone should auction homes. So we bought a couple houses and spent a lot of time marketing those homes and creating a website where you could go and find out more about this house. And then when the day of the auction for these two homes came around, it's like, three people kind of showed up and one guy phoned in. One of the guys that showed up was just there to see like what was going to happen. It was, it was a goat rodeo. It was a real mess. And we were like, well, this is not going to work at all. And then we're like, well, but then in those conversations of like, could an auction kind of work? We got out and talked to consumers. So like, any story of kind of early, internet businesses, you end up pivoting quite a bit. And that was an early pivot where we're like, you know what, actually transacting that, and that's probably not going to work because real estate is difficult to get buyers and sellers. It's somewhat a illiquid market. So getting a buyer and a seller together at a discrete point in time on a single day is challenging. But in those conversations, we determined that people were really fascinated by the website and showing this information and showing we would show the transactions on those homes, and they loved that. And they're like, where'd you get that data? And we're like, what do you mean? We just went down to the county courthouse and, got that data electronically and then put it on the website. They're like, well, if you could do that for more homes, that would be pretty interesting. So that's when we kind of thought, this other idea is a real dog, but this other one has got some legs.
So this is kind of an open question because I don't know if I asked it, but what happened in the housing crisis in the Zillow world? How did they see it and survive it?
Yeah, that's, well, we did feel pretty good about the business model in that, our first 5 years as a business were during the worst housing recession since the Great Depression, and we survived that, in fact thrived, and our traffic grew during that entire time. So we felt like if we could do this well during a down market, we felt pretty good about our ability to do okay in an up market. In terms of, Zillow's a media company, so that means that we're not a brokerage, so you can actually buy. Our goal is to create a marketplace with all the inventory that you need, a marketplace in real estate, mortgages, rentals, and home improvement. We have marketplaces in all four of those verticals, which happen to be four of the highest value markets in America. But we want to have a market where you can find everything that's being transacted in those marketplaces and create compelling content for consumers to make better decisions there, and then monetize that by professionals coming in to help those consumers with the actual transaction side of that business. So being a media model, that I think that allowed us to weather those more difficult times better than a transactional model where you're actually making money on closing real estate sales. So that would be a brokerage model, and we're not a broker. We operate a marketplace, which puts people in touch with people who would transact in real estate. Yeah, right here. Our fellow Seattleite.
Hey, I bought a house not long ago.
Yeah, I can't. Since we're not a brokerage, I guess that part of why commissions are where they are, I guess I can't. Our goal right now is to create a marketplace that makes that finding real estate and the decision making more efficient. Your question is about a brokerage operation, which we're not in that business, so I guess I can't really comment on.
I understand what you're saying, I also understand what you're not saying. But the point of real estate agents is that they have all this precious information that buy and sell to. And then what I was talking about, you just go check up on the database. I can't check on the database. So now we do the market more efficient, right?
Yeah, well, let me ask you this. Did you use Zillow during your home shopping search?
Yes.
Okay. And why did you choose not to sell it yourself then, or buy it yourself? You chose to use an agent, so you must have found some value there. Would that be? Well, then that's my answer for why. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I guess as an economist, I can give you a transaction cost theory for why that happens, which is that there are markets where agents mediate those markets, and those markets tend to have some certain commonalities, which is markets where transactions are relatively rare, or not frequent, they're very high dollar amount, they're very idiosyncratic. Those are markets where agents typically dominate those because your risk as a novice in that market are very high, and real estate has all three of those characteristics. So you may have questions about what the right commission is for that, but if it's the question of whether an agent is always going to be an intermediary in that market, the general characteristics of that transactions are ones that would suggest that agents will be present there.
Have you considered being in the agent business?
What's that?
Have you considered being not just a media?
No, we've not. No, we are more interested in being the marketplace where agents can interact in that marketplace than being the end provider. Yeah, question back here.
Hey, Sam, thank you very much for speaking to all of love Zillow. Hopefully, easy question for you. How did you guys come up with the name Zillow? While I was passing it. Does it mean something?
Yeah, it was. A lot of us came from Expedia, and a lot of people would ask us that same thing about Expedia. It's helpful to have consumer brand names that are evocative of things, but have absolutely no meaning themselves, because you can then fill them with content. Expedia is like that. It seems to convey speed. In fact, some people are always caught off guard. Actually, they think it's a word, and it's actually not a word. It's a brand. Zillow is a very similar thing. The evocative, what we were trying to get there was, zillions of data points and various home objects, of which pillow was a popular one in our brainstorming. And so it's I forget what that is, not portmanteau, but it's the merging of zillions of data points and pillow. It was also driven. That may make very little sense to most folks, but we had this concept of kind of wanting to be the yin and yang of real estate, this emotional side and this analytic side. And so we ultimately chose a name early on that was evocative of that. Yeah. Okay. I think I'm almost at time, so okay, I am at time. All right. If you have any other questions, I'm happy you can find me out there, I guess. Okay, thank you all.
Ready to go? All right, I think we're ready to go. Thank you all for joining us for the last panel here. I'm going to just jump right in with a few questions. I'm going to start with Jessica, though. And this first question is blatantly self-serving. As a father of 2 kids under the age of 20 months, please tell me about your product and what exactly you do.
Do I have other parents in the audience? Show of hands. Okay. Oh, good. How about babysitters? Anybody want to see me after the? Urban Sitter is a marketplace that connects parents with trusted babysitters, and it delivers the experience sort of like Open Table. You want a babysitter Friday night from 6 to 11. You go onto the product and you search. The babysitters are maintaining their calendar availability on our platform, and so you will see sitters who are interested in working in those hours in your area. Now, that all sounds okay, right? But everybody's probably squirming a little bit. It sounds a little scary, right, for parents? Marketplaces are hard to build. Trusted marketplaces are infinitely harder to build, but that's what we saw as an opportunity. We said, oh good, that's the hardest thing to do, let's do that one. And so we did. And the key to trust is by delivering the experience that people really want and always have been doing in their offline lives. And the insight of the founders of Urban Sitter was that what parents want is a trusted referral. You're going to exhaust your friend network, your parent network, your parents, everybody you know and who you would trust with your child before you would go beyond that circle. So we're using the power of the internet to bring those trusted relationships to the sitters onto the platform with all the immediacy and transparency. But when you see that list of sitters available Friday night, you see, oh, my Facebook friend booked and reviewed that sitter. Or maybe not anybody I know that closely, but there are 4 parents at my child's school who have booked and reviewed that sitter. Or other parents in the soccer association where we spend our whole weekend. So we're showing you those social proof of how you're connected to that service provider, and it makes it trusted. We also provide the immediacy of being able to book them on the platform and pay them on the platform. So it says delightful at the end of the evening. To wave goodnight to the babysitter is stepping out of a lift at the end of the ride.
That's great. Thank you. So Jessica talks a lot about trust. In a lot of markets, the traditional approach to places where you felt that you couldn't necessarily trust the service provider was to just outsource that to the government. And I think maybe this might be a theme with the sharing economy, is using technology and new entrepreneurial means to build trust where the traditional approach for 70 years was just, well, you have to regulate it. So I'm curious to hear the chairman's thoughts on that.
Well, on a day in which we discovered that almost 1,000 people that were supposed to be deported became citizens, trust in your government bureaucracy is always one of those questions of why would you trust a regulatory entity that is not transparent versus, as Jessica said, a transparent, make your own decision by providing information. And that's what's changing, I think, government's role is, do we need to make sure that the data being provided is in fact authentic and transparent, secure? Absolutely, we have a role in that. But the core question of in the sharing economy and in our whole new economy is, will we empower individuals to make decisions with meaningful information so they really don't need to rely on the government? And even when you do rely on the government, take for example, you're a general contractor. That's a license you get in California or in every state in the union. Well, what does it really mean? Well, there are really bad general contractors and there are good general contractors. Government does not differentiate the two, and yet, because of the internet, because of the flow of information, because of laws that we are protecting people's ability to rate the service they get and not be sued for providing an opinion, sort of the Yelp question that you see all the time. We're taking a role in making sure that you're empowered through your free speech and through the information expansion. We have one other role, and that is that government is one of the worst buyers. We're one of the largest purchasers and one of the worst buyers. And literally this evening, we are going to mandate that the government start accepting, this will probably break your heart, Uber and Lyft, because currently the government sort of took a blind eye. You could take a cab, you could take a limo, you could rent a vehicle, and the GSA would just pretend like this other service doesn't exist. And why Eric Swalwell and I were so dedicated to making sure this got added is, if you take a cab, the government doesn't know where you came from and where you went, except on a piece of paper, typically, that you fill in yourself. And think about the services that can say, this is exactly where the person was picked up, exactly where they were dropped off, and provide that information if requested on behalf of the true customer, which is the government. I see the empowerment of us to protect taxpayer dollars that we're not going to get without opening up new and innovative companies to government purchasing.
That's great. Joe, do you want to add anything on that question of the sharing economy and trust?
I mean, I think that both Jessica and the chairman hit it exactly. You know, it's interesting. We were outside talking about the history of the company, and I was saying that 3 years ago, when I was on the road explaining what Lyft was to people who had never heard about it, one of the first questions we would often get is, you know, you expect me to get into a car with a complete stranger? Which is interesting because if you think about it, people have been doing that with taxis all their life, but you're conditioned to not think twice about that. And what we had to explain was not only the very thorough safety steps that we had, but also to talk about the verification, the peer verification that added an extra layer of safety and security. And that would usually be kind of the turning point in the conversation in explaining the model to somebody that, you know, you get to see what the rating is of the driver, you get to rate the driver knows that he or she is going to be rated, and there's a very frequent moment where you would see kind of a light turn on as someone kind of got the concept. And it's funny, you know, thinking about this 3 years later, because it's a conversation I don't usually have to have anymore. But 3 years ago, it was a very common conversation that we had to have. And the idea of the community basically vouching for this person by virtue of their ratings and by virtue of the immediate feedback was one of the key factors in getting people to kind of wrap their heads around the concept.
So my next question is going to be for all of you. What's unique about the sharing economy business model in terms of the value it creates for customers, but also in terms of the challenges to the existing status quo? I'll open it up to anybody who wants to go first.
Well, I think the easy one to understand is we're a country that was built over the last 50 plus years on kind of a concept of full-time jobs. Kids had part-time jobs, grown-ups had full-time jobs. And yet, if you're a young college student and you're an Uber driver, a Lyft driver, because you have 2 phones, you do babysitting, and you take all 3 of those part-time occupations, if you will, and you fit in your education that you're trying to do, because you can do all 3 of those, make as much money as you have time for, and still stick to your studies. That isn't in our historic thinking. And as a result, it's not that young people don't accept it. As a matter of fact, it's not that elderly people who become Uber and Lyft drivers and do lots of other handyman jobs and so on, it's not the customer, it's not the vendor, it's the government and sometimes the unions and others who have been thinking of everything in full time that don't understand that full-time actually doesn't fit most of our real requirements. Flex time does. And flex time can be one part-time job you do at 3 different times and it adds up to full-time, or it can be 3 or 4 different things I do that give me what I need while maintaining flexibility. Government is a problem in that because we're currently still thinking of things in those ways, including eligibility for health care benefits, training. We actually take companies who want to professionalize their independent contractors, and we say, if you go to do that, we're going to make them employees. So then we complain that they're not being professionalized. Well, if we had applied that to realtors a generation ago, we wouldn't have what we'd consider to be a trusted real estate industry, and yet we're trying to apply restrictions on independent contractors if they don't fit a model. So market disruption? No, it's not market disruption. It's government disruption that in fact is seen as a market being resisted often by the City Council of Austin or even your federal government.
I think, yes, it's the flexible work economy and how it serves both the supply side to maximize their available hours to work, and it's also the demand side. There's a lot, work doesn't look like 9 to 5 anymore. A lot of very professional people whose lives and whose time that they spend with work is not 9 to 5. They don't need 9 to 5 daycare Monday through Friday anymore. They don't want to pay for it, but they need flexibility and they need on demand. And so it provides that. But something implicit in your question was sort of the business model of the sharing economy. And I think it's important to point out that there isn't just one business model to the sharing economy. A lot of times people think it's a transaction, the company takes a percentage, they usually take it from the supply, and so it goes. But Urban Sitter's example is different. We're actually a membership model for parents. And that allows the sitters to set their own rates and keep 100% of what they make. And they can decide whether they want to charge $25 an hour and get fewer jobs but make more per hour, or they want to work a ton and they want to advertise themselves at $15 an hour.
How do you make money then?
We make a membership subscription fee from parents who want to have access to this incredible well of babysitting supply.
Gotcha. Joe, did you want to jump in with?
I mean, I think mine is a little bit obvious, but it's the asset utilization for ride sharing specifically. Your car usually goes unused 90% of the time, and a couple of decades ago we would never think about it. The amount that we spend in parking, the amount that we spend in repair and maintenance and insurance, and the ability to take an asset like that, or your home, your apartment, your old dress for a company like Rent the Runway, the ability to take what you've basically to allow things that you spent your well-earned money on to earn you money back. And I think that's one of the hallmarks, generally speaking, of at least my portion of this little shared economy sector, the ability to derive further value out of something that pretty much is designed to have a depreciating value from the moment that you get it is one of the, I think, unique aspects of the industry.
So it also occurs to me that another theme with the sharing economy is it courts controversy everywhere it goes. And so my colleague Adam Thierer, I think, is here somewhere, and he's got this nice phrase that permissionless innovation should be really what we strive for. And in a lot of cases, sharing economy firms have started and then discovered that there's people who want them to ask permission in order to compete. So I'm curious to get the panel's thoughts about this. What sort of resistance have you run into, and is there space for permissionless innovation in the U.S. economy?
We've run into a little resistance
I've
here
noticed,
and there.
Yeah.
And it's funny, the nature of the resistance has changed. I think initially there was just a lot of confusion as to what it was, so it was incumbent upon us to explain what we were, what we weren't, what the value proposition was that we offered. But it's as ubiquitous as ride sharing is now. There's still, it's somewhat surprising, I guess, to see how much pushback there still can be from the regulatory side. It's something that. Did I do that?
I know of.
I'll continue. Three years ago, as I said before, it was more of a education that we had to go through in terms of explaining to people what we were, why we did not fit into some preconceived box. And I spent, as a bit of an aside, I spent 6 years as a regulator. I worked for the New York Stock Exchange in the regulatory department. And I get the difficulty in trying to wrap your arms around something that's new. You're probably overworked, you have too much on your plate, and if you have a pre-existing category that I can squeeze something that seems kind of like this into, then I'm probably going to do that rather than take the time to develop a whole new regulatory framework for it. So I get the tendency to drift to that sort of conclusion, but I guess to my surprise, even with the ubiquity of ride sharing, the regulatory pushback has not lessened as much as I might have thought.
I was in Austin.
Speaking of, yeah.
And I had a wonderful experience, did not rent a car, got all around town through ride sharing, and had this delightful experience that at least 4 of the rides that I took were deaf drivers who attended the School for the Deaf, which is a very large school in Austin. And I thought, oh my gosh, this is wonderful. What a way to be able to give these people independence and agency and ability to maximize their ability to work in this amazing city. And then just about a week after I left, I saw the news about what happened in Austin, and they were the first people I thought of.
Yeah, I have a friend who is blind, and he managed to take a lift from a driver who was deaf. And he got a text ahead of time, and they were able to, through technology, communicate and coordinate it. So
that sounds like how we pass legislation. Because you can get the blind and the deaf together, and it works. I see there's a lot of Washingtonians here, particularly Michelle. You get that, right? We talk to those who will not listen.
So you often talk to business people and ask them about regulations, and they view regulations as a burden. But I think that's, in my view, there's more nuance to it. Regulations are rarely universally burdensome. Often, there's another business that is happy to have the regulation because it acts as a shield or some sort of protection. I'm curious to see the panel's views on that. What's the role of regulation in terms of picking winners and losers or protecting certain business models from competition?
I would say that, I mean, from my perspective, it's not the role of regulator to pick a winner and a loser. But interestingly enough, even if you were just for some reason to assume that it was, what's somewhat more troubling to me is how the whole leveling the playing field argument has been employed to still pick a winner and a loser in the guise of leveling the playing field. And what I mean by that is, and again, I'm going to use ride sharing as an example. Historically, there's been a lot of opposition by the taxi industry to ride sharing. It's not surprising. We're a new entrant to a market that had not been disrupted for quite a long time. We as a company have never once commented on any piece of legislation or any attempt by the taxi industry to change their regulations, to deregulate themselves. Whatever is best for that industry is best for that industry. We haven't said a single word about it, which can't be said for that industry as far as it comes, pertains to us. And yet when the leveling the playing field conversation comes up, the conversation almost inevitably goes to putting the new industry into the incumbent regulatory framework. Everyone wants to level down rather than level up. So even if it were the role of regulators to try to balance out the market, which I don't believe it is still interesting how that balance tends to be applied in the guise or in the name of leveling the playing field.
Mm-hmm. One of the interesting things about the term regulatory, and obviously you're dealing, and Austin is such a wonderful example, where they didn't come out with a set of guidelines of things somebody would have to do. Sometimes that can be protectionist, but at least you say, well, I need you to meet these requirements, bonding, quality of vehicle, nature of the background on the driver. Those are what I call honest broker type regulation. And if government is trying to be an honest broker, they can get it wrong, but at least they're independently trying to say these are the standards. And often, of course, they listen to an incumbent to come out with it. But you can have that discussion. When they are totally protecting an incumbent, or in the case where, and I'll use a different industry for a moment, when we look at the cable industry, cable is delivering the internet to our homes in great numbers, but cable is also part of a quasi-monopoly, because when it was being rolled out, it was being rolled out by one company getting access to it, with no one really understanding that someday that was going to be so important that you were going to try and figure out how you could change that. Mm-hmm. What happens? The incumbent says, I've got mine, you try to get yours. And so you have a fight now only between people who have wires to the home and people who are trying to figure out ways to go wireless to the home. And as a result, we're not getting the internet speed increases and competition we'd like. It's still a great success story, but where's the honest broker? In the sharing economy, we have so many business plans that one of the biggest problems is you can't pick a particular regulation, a particular city. It's an attitude. Is government going to put itself out as an honest broker? If you're an honest broker, the first thing you do is you ask if an industry can regulate itself. Are there, in fact, transparency in a business model where you can do it? You talked about the New York Stock Exchange. New York Stock Exchange is a good example where they do the best they can to say, with the SEC and others, here are the rules to guarantee safety and reliability of what people make their decisions on. But oh, by the way, we're not going to judge what companies should be listed on the New York Stock Exchange. We do have a certain basis for how much capital they have. But for the most part, the SEC tries to be an honest broker. One of our challenges right now is there is no central honest broker for the sharing economy. Every city, every county, every state, and even homeowners associations are possibly not honest brokers. And I'll throw one more in, and Joe, because I'm with you, I'll mention this. We're trying to get our military bases to recognize that we know more about an Uber or Lyft driver, where they are, who they are, including exactly where they are on a military base, But most military bases are open to the incumbent cab company and closed to these new innovative companies that actually could show the base commander every vehicle and who's driving it at every time. And we're trying to say, you know what? The cab company should be coming up to that standard, not saying that only the cab company, which could be, you know, depending upon the community, very good or not very good. So that's one of our challenges. And for me in government, it's honest broker and dispassionate to the extent you can of what the incumbent wants.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's important, especially if we have some centralized, scalable ways to all make sure that we aren't permitting nefarious actors to come into a marketplace. And I think all the companies' incentives are very aligned with society in this. We don't want those bad actors coming in. And so we do a lot that we talk about, a lot that we don't talk about to do that. But the other benefit of marketplaces is that we have all the business intelligence, the data insights of what happens once people are participating in the marketplace. And very quickly, you can see who the really great babysitters are. On Urban Sitter, one of the things parents love is that they can go and look for sitters who have a high number of repeat families. And we publish this data. It's all about transparency, right? And so not only are they booked 4 times more than sitters who don't have repeat families, but our algorithm likes them better too. And so there's all kinds of systematic efforts at work that help to get the best service providers in front of the demand, and to make sure that we identify really quickly those that really don't belong on the platform because they're not serving the marketplace well.
Mm-hmm. Joe, when we were talking the other day, you mentioned that there's a need to be cognizant of the fact that not one size can fit all. That made me think, you know, the other side of that coin is that you want regulations to essentially not pick winners and losers and apply evenly or follow a generality principle across firms. How do you balance those two goals?
It's tricky, as we've seen. And you add to that the fact that you don't want to, it's difficult to regulate something, you know, a regulation by definition is something that is fixed in time, and innovation and technology by definition is something that is always evolving. So that's a third challenge to add to that framework as well. And I wish I had the clear answer as to exactly how to do that, but the fact that, you know, the first answer is to be aware of those dynamics and to be cognizant of the fact that you are not regulating something that is fixed in time, that you are, you know, you're not trying to pick a winner and a loser. At least being aware of that dynamic is going to be, I think, the first step in leading to something that is more appropriate. And it's a conversation that I don't think we're having enough. I think there's a tendency to want to react very quickly to something, to make sure, you know, again, using Lyft as an example, in, I want to say April of 2014, we expanded to 24 markets in one day. It was something we called Lyftapalooza. It attracted a lot of attention from the press as well as from regulators, and I'm not kidding, by the next week we must have had a dozen or so new ordinances that have already been drafted and proposed. And while I understand, you know, the need to ensure that something is safe, how can you possibly know that you understand an industry well enough to regulate it in that short amount of time? So I wish I had a obvious answer to how to balance those factors, but just being aware of those considerations has to be the starting point.
So a lot of the regulations you guys deal with are at the state and local level. What's the federal government's role, if any, that it should play here, Congressman?
Well, I think, you know, we have, quite frankly, limited jurisdiction other than the real question of, can we tear down the barriers to access by the federal government, the largest single buyer? That's an important one. Can we, to the greatest extent possible, look at countries around the world? You know, Uber and Lyft, you're maybe not international yet, but you may very well be in a few years. Can we, in fact, create the opportunity for our innovation to be exported, and exported without the protectionist attitude that you often see? And as you leave the country, often what happens is it's about not invented here attitudes that if it were invented in Belgium, they might have thought of it differently. And by the way, Belgium's a good example. They really thought Innovation was important. And then they had no concept of the idea that you wouldn't come to government for a license and go through a multi-year process before you would launch an Uber or a Lyft. The whole idea that you would launch it by contacting people with cars, completely different than the European thought process. We can't change the thought process, but we can assert our trade policies to make sure they have that. And it's quite frankly part of free and fair trade and should never, never, never again be left out of trade agreements, because international trade is also about exporting ideas that ultimately are a company here, the internet, and maybe not a single executive of that company, and yet great commerce being done.
That's great. So this is one of the only times I'm going to tell a congressman what to do, but apparently you have some votes to go to, Congressman. So,
I hate those things. This is a really good job till you get to some of that stuff. Well, look, thank you for including me. And thank you for the fact that the Chamber has hosted this, and they really do get it, that the Chamber is historically made up of very large companies, not market disruptors, and yet the support by the Chamber of what will someday, soon, be those very large established companies in many cases is forward thinking, and I appreciate being able to be here.
Thanks for your time, we appreciate it. We still have, okay, excellent. We still have a few more minutes for the rest of the panel, so I'll ask one more question of each of you, and then we can open it up for questions. What kind of policy obstacles have you dealt with in the startup of your business, Jessica?
We haven't had the same challenges that Lyft. I mean, the amount of tension you get grows as you grow, and relative to Lyft, we're still a small startup. But there have been some things that happen at the state level relative to identifications, and one of the challenges for us is we would like to do as much screening as possible before we let people come into the marketplace on the supply side. And we don't, as a private company, always have access to those repositories of identification or fingerprinting, even if we have the person's permission to get it. And so there's an opportunity, I think, for us in terms of policy to help get sort of a level playing field of access for all companies whose marketplaces would benefit from being able to utilize it.
Excellent. And then one question for both of you. Sort of put on your visionary hats and think about what kind of changes is the sharing economy likely to bring about in the way that we interact with one another in a marketplace, and also in terms of government? What do you think, how disruptive is this 50, 70 years from now? What are we going to be seeing?
I was giving that a lot of thought because we had chatted about that, and the one thing that I find interesting, and we touched on it here already, is the way the sharing economy has changed the nature of interaction. And I think that there's a lot of conversation about how technology, in a weird way, has depersonalized relationships. You're able, we all know everyone's on the phone all the time. No one talks in person anymore. I actually think that the sharing economy, the gig economy, is starting to kind of change that a little bit, in that it's not only adding a level of, I guess, trust and security to human interaction in a way that didn't exist before, but also kind of requiring the level of interaction that you didn't see before as well. I mean, with Lyft specifically, you've heard so many stories over the years, whether there's literally been Lyft marriages created from a Lyft ride, Lyft business ventures, what have you. And I don't think any of that happens if you don't have a system that is based upon the idea of trust and verified trust that we discussed here before. So I think as the gig economy grows, as the sharing economy grows, it's going to grow a different kind, but still an important kind of human interaction that I think has been decreasing over the last couple of decades.
We are absolutely helping to forge deep relationships. There's lots of examples on our platform of college babysitters who found their first job through the families they were sitting for and helped them get the right interview. The thing I would add to that is also embracing serendipity. And if for everybody who's a parent, you know what I'm talking about when your kid is 6 months old and you realize we haven't been out since this child was born. And it happens, and you talk to parents, and they don't go out anymore because it's just too hard. They're opting out of trying to solve that problem of finding trusted care. With services like Urban Sitter and Lyft, you get at 3 p.m. on a Friday the invitation to cocktails, and now you can go, and you do. And I think there's lots of examples of that, but I think that it will allow us a sort of a higher quality of life to be able to be serendipitous, embrace on-demand invitations.
That's great. So we've got a little less than 5 minutes left. I'd like to turn it open to the audience to see if you all have some questions for our panelists. Right there.
Carl Taylor of Land Choice. I'm not only a Lyft user, I'm also a Lyft driver. I actually signed up because of the Metro Safe Tracks program. I figured if I'm the only guy who's stuck in the Rockville Metro station, I can do a little, so we're going to make some extra money on that. But one of the things that the chairman mentioned was the issue of local governments. Oh, by the way, I just wanted to solve that. So the chairman mentioned the issue of government being an honest broker. One of the things is the closer you get to the local level, the more likely the entity is subject to regulatory capture by the incumbents. How do we avoid those types of problems? And have you encountered those problems? And if so, what have you done to get around them?
That's interesting. Well, first of all, Carl, it's good to see you. And if I heard your question right, you're saying as we get closer to the global level or the local level? Local level. I wish I had an answer to that. To be perfectly frank, we face much more difficulty at the local level than we do at the state level. It's always been a problem for us. So I wish I had some sort of optimistic view of that, but I frankly don't. I think that incumbent interests tend to have a lot more clout on some level, especially in our industry at the local level. But I also believe that the local level has the ability to respond more quickly to threats to the incumbent interests, and that's something that we saw in our industry a lot in 2013 and 2014, as it was mostly municipalities that were trying to regulate this industry. From 2014 to 2015, we started to see a shift, thankfully, from local to state regulation, and we've had, I think, a lot more success with that, not only in terms of dealing with incumbent interests, but also just dealing with consistency of legislation. One thing that we struggled with, and I'm getting a little off topic here, is, neighboring municipalities enacting completely contradictory regulatory frameworks where in city A, you have a 10-year vehicle age limit. In city B, you have an 8-year vehicle age limit. What happens if you're driving somebody from city A to city B in a car that's 9 years old? Luckily, as we've moved towards the states, we've seen a lot less of that. But to get back to the thrust of your question, I frankly don't have the best answer for that question.
It strikes me as Madison essentially made that same point in Federalist 10, and this is why he made, ironically, a sort of limited government case for lifting power to a larger government geographically in some cases. And I think there is sometimes a positive role that larger levels of government can make in trying to increase competition. The FTC, and the DOJ very regularly come in and encourage state and local governments to get rid of anti-competitive policies like occupational licensure or barriers to entry in certain fields. So it's kind of an interesting dynamic there. I have another question. Oh, we've got like 3 people right in the same area who want. Go ahead.
One quick question for each of you. Very, very interesting. The first, very interesting part. The first one for Jessica. I have 2 little kids. One of the challenges of sharing economy is that you're right wrong. I have every interest in getting your data, very little incentive to give you mine about the very small numbers that we really, really know.
Yes. Yes.
There is. One of the biggest challenges is when you have disruptive technology, oftentimes there is a first mover into that disruption. And sometimes, without using any names at all, there may be a very large competitor to a second disruption
first.
Sure. So he's talking about the hoarding dynamic that happens when families lock onto a really great sitter. They actually will go out of their way not to mention them to their friends. And so then you think, well, why doesn't that fall apart on our platform, right? Why would people be willing to expose on Urban Sitter who they've booked and reviewed? And the answer is that engagement with the marketplace and the discovery that there's actually an incredible well of incredibly qualified and talented sitters frees you from that desperate feeling of I need to keep this one a secret. And what we see in terms of people's attachment to the platform and their engagement with the product is that in fact, you don't just need one babysitter. Well, maybe you do if you're willing to say no to the social invitation that you got, or if you can tell your boss, I can't make the business dinner. But most professional, dual working parents, which is who our demographic is, they need a bench of like 3 to 4 sitters at any given time that assures them that they're going to have availability when those needs arise. And when they're on the platform, they also understand that this is not a full-time career for most of the people who are providing this service to them. It's a bit of a transient population, and so they understand that it's going to turn over the years. So as long as they have their bench of 3 to 4 on the platform that know their kids and know the routine and that they really trust, they're quite happy for all of that to be made available to their friends. But the really fascinating thing, again, it's business insight. We thought when we started the company that if your preferred sitter wasn't available, you would want your best friend's sitter. Our data shows us you want your sitter's best friend. And that's also published on our platform. And so this is all the cool things that happen when you're building marketplaces, and it tells you what it really wants to be.
Well, the time is saying we're about 2 minutes over, so I'm not sure if we have a chance to, if Joe, you'll have a chance to answer that question, but maybe afterwards.
That's fine. I'll find you afterwards.
All right. Thank you very much. Please join me in thanking the panelists. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much. I'm going to be very brief and simply say thank you for joining us today, and I hope you'll stay next door. We have the cocktail reception, and we can continue the dialogue there. Thank you again.